Thank you very much. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. The secretary will now read the order of the day. Yeah, please.
The order of the day, resumption of debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker is going to be Honorable Mohai, the Chief Whip of the Council.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Speaker of the National Assembly, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of South Africa, Honorable Paul Mashatile, honorable members. Indeed, all of you look in a jovial mood. I do not know because it's a Valentine's Day today. You look great. Today, Bafana returned to the country after winning the third place medals in the Africa Cup of Nations. They returned holding South African flag high. We applaud the team for their excellent performance. We also recognize the Ubuntu Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, Honorable Mohamed Dango, who has served our nation as a diplomat par excellence. Chairperson, day one of the State of the Nation address debate has demonstrated what President highlighted in SONA, that, and I quote, just as we cannot deny the progress South Africans has made over the last 30 years of our democracy, nor should we diminish the severe challenges that we continue to face, close quote. To create a better life for all, the second phase of our democratic transition has a primary task of significantly accelerating the fundamental task of attaining economic transformation. As we proclaim in the Freedom Charter that the people shall share in the country's wealth, and as we maintain in the NC 1969 strategy and tactics, that to leave the structure of apartheid economy intact is to feed into white supremacy. Transforming South Africa's economy is a process that requires the state to mobilize its capabilities and all social partners to make a collective contribution. 30 years into our democratic breakthrough, we continue to have high levels of inequality, which exacerbate poverty and unemployment. Building a capable and ethical developmental state is the SIG administration's first priority, as the state's capability to implement its policies directly affect the success and challenges of changing the lives of the people for the better and including them in the economy. The Commission on Allegation of State Capture highlighted some of the systemic weakening of key institutions, network industry, security institutions, the public service, and other sectors. The Commission also highlighted the impact of private sector corruption on the state's capability, as observed in Eskom, Transnet, and SARS. Enhancing the capability of institutions and addressing governance challenges has improved planning and enhanced policy implementation. The National Development Plan envisioned a capable state through professionalization of the state. The amendment of the Public Service Amendment Bill addresses the political and administrative interface to enable a capable and ethical developmental state through devolving administrative powers from the executive authority to heads of department. Over the past 5 years, South African Revenue Services is one of the improved institutions strengthened and supported through government support, effective leadership, and invigorated workforce. We welcome the decision of the commissioner to stay on beyond his contract and create space for the effective succession. The Development Bank of South Africa continues to finance key infrastructure developments and operate efficiently. The opposition never talks about DBSA. Quite simply, is doing so well. No praise for DBSA from the opposition either, because they are hell-bent on painting state institutions as inevitably inefficient and hopeless. But the facts speak for themselves. Your Excellency, scholars such as Professor Mariana have highlighted that continuous reliance on consultants infantilizes the state and its ability to develop the technical capabilities required to implement policy. The current model of outsourcing implementation has resulted in some of the current weaknesses related to infrastructure development and maintenance. We must ensure all local government municipalities have sufficient internal technical capacity to maintain roads, buildings, mechanical components, and other maintenance needs. Infrastructure departments should also have sufficient maintenance capacity, and outsourcing should be more on built environment development. This will ensure that we employ more young people and graduates from our many TVET colleges as students who has to serve to feed the industry. In our quest to transform the economy, we should also recognize the impact of the changing world of artificial intelligence and the effects of climate change. We should realize that digitization and technological innovation will impact economic sectors that are more labor intensive. This requires our vision of economic transformation to leave no one behind as the form of production evolves. Just transition should focus not only on energy sector, but also on other sectors impacted by technological innovation and the green transition. The reskilling of our labor force is critical to transition workers to emerging labor markets demand. Chairperson, developing a green industrialization value chains is important for the future competitiveness of our industries. Leveraging the African continental free trade area requires us to develop green solutions for our domestic and continental markets in energy, automotive sector, and other technologies. Despite having progressive legislation on competition and industrial policy that promotes involvement of previously marginalized, barriers to entry for many SMEs and Black people and women persist. The Black Industrialist Program is a commendable intervention of the democratic government to develop Black producers, and we must massify this intervention. Over the 30 years of democracy, we have successfully used public procurement to empower businesses and local producers. One of the major achievements of the 6th Parliament will be processing the public procurement bill, which enables public institutions to determine set-asides for women, youth, and persons with disability, and support small businesses and cooperatives. Chairperson, localization remains a key local economic development anchor, and through public expenditure, we must strengthen our local supply value chain with local producers and businesses. For example, we must ensure that our Department of Agriculture works closely with Department of Education, Health, Correctional Services, Trade and Industry to develop an ecosystem wherein the youth, women and cooperatives produce food supply to a captive market set aside for local producers. The food supply to our schools, clinics, hospitals, and prisons should be produced primarily by locals. This approach will encourage many South Africans to increase productivity and transcend subsistence farming, particularly in rural areas. The census 2022 outcomes reflect low land use for agricultural purposes in most provinces. Local agro-processing enterprises should also have a captive market that is set aside for their produce as we conceptualize in the agri-parks model. This model needs to ensure that anchors in communities and towns working in an integrated manner that opens local markets and changes the quality of lives directly. Major retailers and producers should close the demand-supply gap. Such an ecosystem will enhance the impact of agrarian reform program. The state has to facilitate this. We as parliament need to monitor it. Critical for industrialization is ensuring the financial sector allocates sufficient capital to develop local industries to increase our manufacturing base. Key interventions are required to increase domestic investment, including the President's Investment Drive initiative, lowering transport costs and ensuring the efficiency of our network industry will enhance competitiveness of our economy and lower the cost of transport for citizens. We welcome the increase in commuter rail and support for Transnet turnaround strategy for bringing logistical transport back to rail. We are aware of the false narrative by those who have benefited from the apartheid economy, who claim that affirmative action, triple BEE, and progressive public procurement policies constitute discrimination as they exclude whites. Triple BEE is in all our interests, both black and white. As if we do not reduce the racial inequalities in the economy, all of us will bear the consequences. Chairperson, the ANC-led government, we have agreed that we have to focus on lowering the cost of living, and various intervention measures are under consideration. We need to target commuter transport and basic foods for caution the poor and enable real value of working person salary to produce for their families, that subsidizing transport costs, similarly ongoing work as basic income grant must continue. As Parliament, we are processing the Pension Fund Amendment Bill, which will enable workers to access a portion of their pension funds. This will impact the cost of living for millions of workers. The two-pot system is one of the transformative measures to improve the well-being of workers. At the same time, we have adjusted the percentage increase on the minimum wage well above inflation over 6 million of the most vulnerable people. To conclude, Chairperson, our fiscal policy premise as the ANC is anchored on the people, placing the people at the center of our transformation and development agenda. The social wage is an investment in the people of South Africa. It is an investment in the future of our nation. Higher education and basic education achievements invest in our children's future. Throughout its history, the ANC was never naive. The transformation of South African and unequal economic relation will be smooth and straightforward. Allow me to remind those who trivialize and vulgarize the story of Tinswalo that their nuances cannot change the trust of the vast majority of the leadership of the African National Congress, nor will it distract us from our central task of leading socio-economic transformation for the benefit of the poor, weak, marginalized, and the working class.
Please conclude.
For us in the ANC, this represents the renewal of a democratic mandate to continue with a better life for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To be followed by the DA Chief Whip of the opposition.
Speaker, the President's attempt to sanitize the lived reality of South Africans fell flat on Thursday night. His revisionist and dishonest fairy tale is an insult to those who know the truth. They know the truth because they live it. They know what was told to them was a lie concocted by a bunch of speechwriters and not the daily nightmare that was once touted as the new dawn. I would like to perhaps assist the president to understand how the other side lives. I would like to introduce him to real stories of real South Africans. His fictional character, Tinswalo, a child born without democracy, is an exception and not the rule. In this country, the reality of young people is too bleak for words. Let me introduce you to Tabang, Mr. President, a 29-year-old man born in 1995. His family has lived in Alexandra all his life, and his entire worldview is characterized by lack, by poor service delivery, joblessness, and hopelessness. None of his family members have made it out or escaped the clutches of poverty. And under the Ramaphosa presidency, there's no hope that he ever will. Despite his matric qualification, he's unlikely to ever get an opportunity to study further or get a job that will give him a life of the dignity that he deserves. In fact, he was there, Mr. President. He was there when, in the heat of an election campaign, you, Mr. President, promised the people of Alex 1 million new homes. He watches with dismay when you speak tough on corruption, yet your very own deputy president, Paul Mashatile, has been embroiled in the looting of money meant for the Alex Renewal Project. Your hypocrisy, sir, is not lost on him.
Just a minute, a second. Honorable Khat, point rising.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The member has just cast aspersions on the character of the Deputy President. She knows very well, as a Chief Whip, that she must bring a substantive motion by what she said about the Deputy President. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, if I may just remind all of us. If we don't do things properly and conduct ourselves in a manner that is in keeping with the rules, situation tends to degenerate. For to have a decorum of the House being maintained, all of us have to conduct ourselves in a particular way. This has been explained and explained over time. So, honorable member, if you wish to raise allegations against any member of the House, we all know that we need a substantive motion and therefore an opportunity to do things in a way that assists take us forward. So I'll allow you to speak, but please bear what I've just said in mind.
Chair,
Thank you.
Tabang watches.
Please proceed.
Chair, Tabang watches with dismay when you, Mr. President, speaks tough on corruption, when allegations of corruption and looting have been leveled against the Deputy President of the South African Republic, and he sits right next to you. How do you expect young people to take you seriously when in your very own cabinet you sit there and you entertain people who have allegations leveled against him? Your hypocrisy is not lost on him. He does not need to be sold a lie, Mr. President. He wakes up to a nightmare of broken promises every day. And he's unlikely and he is very likely to be persuaded to a life of crime. Because quite frankly, the life that young people in South Africa are living is hell in South Africa. Allow me, Mr. President, to also introduce you to Langalam Vigi from Ekomani, a 3-year-old child who died inside a pit toilet because your government failed to uphold basic human rights of learners in schools. Yours, Mr. President, is a government that has trapped an entire generation of poor black children to a life of poverty. Xa izikolo ingezizwe indawo zabantwana bayofundela zingamangcwaba kukhona okonakeleyo. I would like to remind you, Mr. President, of Bongeka Buso and her children, Anati, Arabile, and Uratile. Bongeka was a mother of 3 children, Mr. President, from Ekdua, who decided to end her life and her children's due to the poverty crisis that has been engulfing millions of South Africans across the country. Bongeka, Mr. President, made a choice that no mother in this country should ever have to make. She decided to end her life so that she can stop looking at her children's expectant faces every day with no hope in sight. South Africa is not a poor country. It is unfair and unconstitutional that anybody should go to bed hungry every night. South Africa is simply a country that is poorly led by an uncaring government. It is a crime, Mr. President, that severe malnutrition for children under the age of 5 has risen by 26%. We know that 12,000 children have died in hospital since 2013. And most recently, the census has revealed that at least 2 million households in this country are experiencing hunger and forced to skip a meal a day. These are not just numbers. These are people who put their trust in you and you have let them down. Eyona nto ibuhlungu yeyokuba kudala abantu benemonde, kudala belinde lo rhulumente owayebathembise ubomi obuphucukileyo. Kudala abantu beginya noba kukraka benethemba kuba noko nizade nikhuzane, ningabayekeli betshatyalaliswa yindlala. Elo themba liphelile. Bayabona ubana lo urhulumente uphethwe ngabantu abazimisele ukutya imali yoluntu bade bayihlohlele entloko. Sebeyiqonda ukuba lona umbutho we-ANC ayisenguwo lo babemazi. Sebayayazi into yobana lona umbutho ngumbutho okhohlakeleyo. Yintoni nibakhohlakalele kangaka abantu boMzantsi Afrika? Ngoba kaloku yinkohlakalo mongameli into yabantu abayi-30 million abangabi nakutya umhla nezolo. Yinkohlakalo mongameli into yobana abantu abatsha bangafumani imisebenzi begcakamela ilanga kumakhaya befumbathe izidanga ezazifunyanwe ebunzimeni. Yinkohlakalo mongameli into yabantwana abancinci abaswelekayo yindlala in 2024. And to add insult to injury, our people are gaslit by the ANC government when they hold you to account. Their loyalty is demanded and they are routinely reminded to be grateful to the ANC. What is clear from the president's reluctance to recount the key tangible deliverables of the past term is that these are few and far between. He decided to do some fancy footwork on Thursday by focusing on the past 30 years instead of focusing on his 5 years in government. You see, he too is ashamed of his record in government. He too knows that South Africans are worse off today than they were in 2019 when he took over that office. And he too knows that his government's time is up. The people have finally seen through your sloganeering, which does not translate to real change for the people who need it most. Your fudging of the numbers fools no one, because people should not have to be told about your record in government, they should experience it. And so as we look towards a post-ANC South African democracy, it is clear that we need a serious alternative government, a government that will not demand another 30 years from office from the people that it serves, a government that is content with being on a 5-year contract to deliver against its promises. And looking at these benches, I can tell you, Mr. President, that government is not from this political party. You certainly cannot be trusted with mending the very thing that you once broke. And so I would like to turn my attention in particular to the people at home, to speak to you directly. I want to assure you that inhlungu yabantu benu bantu baseMzantsi Afrika does not fall on deaf ears. An alternative is within reach, a caring government that works for you urhulumente ozanikhupha ebugxwayibeni anikhuphe entluphekweni ukuze niphile ubomi onanibuthenjisiwe 30 years ago. Allowing people to languish in poverty has been one of the most spectacular failures of this government, but it doesn't have to be this way. A DA-led government, amongst other things, would prioritize creating jobs and lifting people out of poverty. The 7 out of 10 young people at home who do not have work, I want to assure you, you will be gainfully employed. I want to ensure you that we, unlike Honorable Sylvia Lucas, will not tell you that load shedding is not the end of the world. We will make sure that we solve the energy crisis so that you can find a job, so that you can live a life of dignity. To deal with the crippling poverty, we would increase the child support grant to the same level as the official poverty line. This child support grant would ensure that it covers pregnant mothers to support child nutrition. We would make sure that this SRD grant
As you
that is in
conclude,
place
honorable
will
member.
make sure that it is essentially turned into a job seekers fund. As a caring government, we would ensure that a safety net for the most vulnerable in our society is there. These interventions are fully costed. They are sustainable. They are needed and they are urgent. They will save lives. This is the pledge I'm making to the people at home. I want to assure you, help is on the way. It's not coming from this side of the
Time
house,
is up.
but it's coming from this side of the house.
Order, honorable members. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable Ibrahim Patel.
Mr. President, honorable members, fellow South Africans. 2 weeks ago, a freight ship left Durban port for Ghana, with another setting out for Kenya a few days later. They symbolize the start of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area, or the AfCFTA, the culmination of this administration's work to translate a dream of African anti-colonial leaders into a reality. Those ships carried grinding media balls made in Germiston, helping Ghana's industrialization, chest freezers made in Ladysmith, cooling products in small Kenyan shops. Export ready-made products displayed on the quayside range from food, safety boots, skincare and cosmetics, to smart electricity meters, steel products, and minibus taxis. They were made in this 5 years by South African hands, by Paugelo Namane, a 28-year-old industrial mechanic from Germiston, a child of democracy, a tinswalo of the steel industry. They were made by Tabiso Kumalo and Ombulelo Ngwenya, production workers from Ezakeni, by Mercy Poza, a production manager from Midrand, by Carmel Singh, a supply manager from Tongat, by Colin Miller, a shipping and logistics controller from Germiston. But there's history to this trade. In June 2019, in your inaugural SONA, Mr. President, you committed to the African Continental Free Trade Area, and you subsequently chaired an extraordinary summit of African leaders to fast-track its implementation. 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, you cut the ribbon, symbolically releasing the first cargo onto that ship, and you banged the Ngungu drum at the ceremony in Durban Port. It signaled the start of preferential trade, fulfilling a 2019 SONA commitment. It is important for centuries before colonialism, Africans developed trade routes and facilitated the flow of goods among themselves, gold and salt, beads and carvings, ivory and gum, metalworks and textiles. From ancient centers of learning like Alexandria and Timbuktu, to the northern civilizations of Egypt and Carthage, the western kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, and the Songhai, the trans-Saharan trade routes, the eastern trading centers of Zanzibar, Mombasa, and Mogadishu, to to the ancient southern civilizations of Great Zimbabwe and Mapungubwe, Africans traded with neighbors and with the world. Colonialism broke those ties, undermining Africa's industry and trade. The harm to our society lasted for centuries, reducing Africans to exporters of raw materials and importers of consumer goods. This left us poor, left us vulnerable, and left us dependent. With the African Free Trade Area, we're pivoting away from that model to trade as neighbors with manufactured and digital products, with services and with food, to break the bonds of neocolonialism, to reconnect with our history. In the past 12 months, South Africa exported R500 billion worth of goods to other African countries, mainly manufactured goods made by South African hands. And while Honorable Steenhuisen and Honorable Kwagabe stood here cynically rubbishing the very action by government, during this administration, we secured a free trade agreement with the UK following Brexit. We negotiated a massive tariff reduction for rooibos tea exported to China. We gained access for our red meat to Saudi Arabia in this administration. We sold more than 1 million locally made cars and bakkies to Europe in this administration. We hosted the AGOA Forum with the United States and 30 African countries, which recommended the extension of AGOA when it expires in 2030. We hosted the BRICS Summit, expanding the voice of the Global South. We protected our local producers with targeted tariffs on imported poultry, on steel, on wheelbarrows, on tires in this administration. Newsflash, Honorable Kwagube, in spite of considerable shocks and challenges to the economy, South Africa made progress in a number of areas. Much remains to be done. Many hills still to be climbed. Unemployment and poverty must be tackled with greater vigor. But while Honorable Kwagube spoke here, clearly taking a vacation from reality, as part of our investment drive, hundreds of companies pledged 1.5 trillion rand in investment at the conferences convened by the President over the past 5 years. The refrigerators we exported to Kenya, the electric boards we exported to Ghana, were produced following implementation of investment pledges of 1.1 billion rand. Look around you, honorable members. You will find many other examples. The C-Class Mercedes, the Toyota Cross, the Ford Ranger bakkies were made with investment commitments in this 5 years, creating jobs. The undersea cables to connect Google and hold Zoom meetings with West Africa, and the renewable energy plant built by Aqua in the Northern Cape came from investment pledges in this administration, creating new infrastructure. Many factories were opened or expanded in the 5 years. Food facilities in KZN, the new biscuit factory in the Western Cape, a brick-making factory in Gauteng, paper pulp plants, chicken production facilities, boosting industrialization, and more will be opened in the next few months. While the opposition wants to cling onto wealth gained during apartheid, we recognize the more fundamental change requires fundamental shifts, structural shifts in the economy. In this, the competition authorities have been central. They ended exclusive leases for grocery stores in shopping malls. They tackled insurance firms that excluded smaller or township panel beaters from the list of approved vendors. They prohibited practices that limited franchise fast food stores from using township delivery services. They challenged exclusive supplier arrangement that resulted in unaffordable school uniforms. After competition market probes, Vodacom, MTN, and Telkom dropped their data bundle prices. Google agreed to fund Black South African app developers. TB drug prices came down, and we're now challenging cancer drug prices. And market probes are underway or planned in food and in steel. Master plans were developed in clothing and textiles, in poultry and sugar, in furniture and steel, turning around sectors that were in decline. Master plans support growing sectors such as car manufacturing and call centers. We signed an agreement to bring production of Peugeot vehicles to South Africa in a new factory in the Eastern Cape. And a new steel factory is under construction in Gauteng. Localization, honorable members, promote structural change. Consider just one example, one sector. Partnerships between government and 2 South African companies led to production of billions of rands of COVID vaccines and new local production of anesthetics used during medical operations. We secured the right to produce for the first time human insulin to treat diabetes, oral vaccines for cholera, and vaccines for pneumococcal meningitis. While the opposition gives speeches about climate change, we work to green the economy, facilitating the building of new solar and wind power plants and production of photovoltaic solar panels. We assisted companies with rooftop solar, published a roadmap for the transition to electric vehicles, and released a strategy for green hydrogen. While the DA equates black excellence with corruption, we promoted economic inclusion. The DTIC policy supported more than 1,000 black-owned firms during this administration, from small businesses to industrial champions. They now produce goods ranging from food and furniture and clothing and to the steel and the Mercedes-Benz body panels. They employ well over 100,000 workers, and their annual turnover is more than 100 billion rand. Entrepreneurial and industrial tin swallows. In the next 5 years, we're planning at least 80 billion rand in fresh investment in black-owned businesses to drive more growth and jobs. While the DA thinks BEE is for politically connected people, we changed the competition laws to support worker ownership in mergers and acquisitions, broadening the shareholding, combating high inequality. Through work done in this administration, almost 200,000 workers are owners of shares in companies like Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Imperial, Shoprite Checkers, Consol Glass, and Burger King. You wanted facts? Here are the facts. The equity stake that workers hold are
As you
calculated to
conclude,
be
honorable
worth
member.
at least 62 billion rand. 200,000 children and adults of democracy will benefit from the dividend flows. People like Sishle Sitole and Molokadi Kodibona, they are the tin swallows of the factory floor of the economy, generating wealth for the nation and for their families. I thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Honorable Reverend K. Mishwe.
Honorable President, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, I want to comment on a few things the President referred to in his speech, particularly when he reminded this House that he was the chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly and that he worked with many great leaders of our country to craft the South African Constitution. He continued to say, and I quote, "As President, I see it as my primary duty to defend our Constitution and to work every day to realize its promise." Close quote. Further, he said, and I quote him again, "We have safeguarded and promoted the basic rights in our Constitution, such as freedom of speech, association, and belief. We have protected and advanced the rights of members of the LGBTQI community and continue to combat all forms of prejudice and intolerance." Close quote. Mr. President, may I say that while you are protecting and advancing the rights of members of the LGBTQI communities, please ensure that this does not inadvertently infringe on other people's constitutional right to hold a different view, a constitutional right that you also promise to uphold. Young leaders and students, for example, should not have to be indoctrinated about LGBTQI rights at schools and universities if their own conscience or religious beliefs differ. In his concluding remarks, the President said, and I want to quote him again, "Guided by the fundamental principle of human rights and freedom, we have taken up the Palestinian cause to prevent further deaths and destruction in Gaza." Close quote. Speaker, I now want to tell this House why I don't believe that this government's efforts will yield any lasting fruits or even stop the hostilities between Israel and Palestine, particularly in Gaza. But Speaker, before I tell this House what I believe can and will help end the war in Gaza, I want to firstly express the ACDP's sadness at the tremendous loss of innocent lives and destruction of property in Gaza. That is why I believe the government and the international community can end the war in Gaza within 3 weeks to a month if they want to. They will have to do the following if they are serious about ending the war. Firstly, they should prevail on Hamas to release all remaining hostages hidden in their tunnels. Secondly, the ANC and international community should order Hamas to destroy all tunnels under Gaza, particularly those leading into Israel. Thirdly, Hamas and the international community must accept the right of Israel to exist within safe and secure borders. Without these fundamental agreements in place, that war will never end, and the dream of a two-state solution will never materialize. Speaker, if it is not possible to live in peace next to a neighbor who has vowed to remove you from the face of the earth, it is not possible for Israel to live in peace next to Hamas, who has vowed to repeat the despicable atrocities they carried out on the 7th of October last year, which reportedly included rape, murder, abductions, and beheadings. The ACDP longs to see peace between Israel and Palestine, but this won't be possible until the right of Israel to exist within safe and secure borders has been acknowledged and agreed to. Taking Israel to the International Court of Justice will not improve the situation there.
Honorable members, order, honorable members. Heckling and so on is not such a bad idea. But if you drown a speaker, you are really going beyond the bounds. Please proceed, Honorable Michel.
I want to remind the ANC today that Isaiah 54:17 says that no weapon that is formed against Israel shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against her in judgment, she will condemn. ANC, you have gone too far, and your judgment
As you
is
conclude,
imminent.
honorable member.
When the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob said he will bless those who bless Israel and curse those who curse her, he was not joking, but he meant every word he said. You have invited the curse on yourself, and you are going to get it. Responding to the president's
Your
letter,
time is up. Thank you very much. We now proceed to Honorable Mtwaledi.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Excellencies, the President and Deputy President, honorable members and dear South Africans, one has noticed that in this debate and in others before, we are being ridiculed or even prevented from quoting our apartheid and colonial past. While other nations, perhaps those which are regarded as supernations, are allowed to call their past and even use the past to fight present wars. One of the media houses recording this event has even attempted to intimidate those of us who are still to debate by counting the number of ANC members who have referred to colonialism and apartheid in their inputs. The Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition, in a vain and feeble attempt to hide the truth, has tried to intimidate you, Mr. President, not to speak about what happened over the 30-year period. Madam, you can't hide the truth, because truth is like liquor. You can't hide liquor in your stomach. I want you to know that. And let me advise you why the tactic won't work. Those who came before you, philosophers and authors, have long resolved this issue. John J. Chapman, who lived from 1862 to 1933, has this to say, and I open quotes: "One of the deepest impulses in man is the impulse to record, to scratch a drawing on a task or keep a diary. The enduring value of the past is, one might say, the very basis of civilization." Close quotes. Another author said, "History is who we are and why we are the way we are." Close quotes. That is David McCullough. Still another author, Robin Helene, says, "A generation which ignores history has no past and no future." Lastly, Pelbach said, "If you want to understand today, you have to search yesterday." Now, Mr. President, a search of yesterday reveals to me that Gogos are also Tintswalos. After completing my studies at the University of Natal, I happened to work in Bushbuck Ridge. We were met there with an ethical dilemma. The Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Pasha, knows what I'm talking about. He also worked there. The old age SASSA grants that help our people were not there, at least not in a systemic, structured way that the ANC government has brought about. Only a few here and there had access to old age grant, which was also coming by monthly. In some instances, even after 3 months. Only white used to get old age grant every month. Now, the dilemma we faced was that the social workers told us that the only way to help an old black old folk out of poverty through some form of social grant is to declare them disabled. They then stand a chance. We had, and I did it, unfortunately, we had to declare completely able-bodied Gogos disabled just to help them to survive. In the 90s, when I went to open my practice in Kikuni, we even have to organize all the old people to go to the former Leboa government to march and demand their old age pension. There is a picture at SABC TV showing them pointing to the sky with their walking sticks in a defiant Amandla salute against the police who were trying to stop them from demanding old age grant. Please go and check with the SABC TV, because there are pictures there which have been stored. Came ANC to power, the Tintswalo moment arrived, because today, all we have to do is to fill a SASSA form when you reach a particular age, Mr. President. Mr. President, even at my age, even already being a medical practitioner, became one of your Tintswalos. The place where I opened my medical practice had no electricity and no running water or no system to connect to. One have to improvise with drums and lanterns and candles for lighting. My Tintswalo moment came when the ANC rolled out electricity to rural villages and started rolling out programs of clean running water. We are not talking here, Chief Whip, of the individuals who are quoting one by one. We are talking of here, of a whole population change, a program that changes the whole population. Mr. President, even whole communities had their Tintswalo moment. The Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Parker, announced here yesterday that modern medical equipment were delivered in St. Rita's Hospital. This hospital is in Skukuni. On the Christmas Day of 1986, I was in theater in that hospital performing a Caesar alone. I was my own surgeon, my own anesthetist, and my own assistant surgeon. 4 hours, the only doctor, one, working in the whole hospital. Performing such a procedure was expressly forbidden by medical council, but we had to choose between obeying the rules and letting a mother and baby die. Breaking such rules in our desire to save lives became days of our lives. Mr. President, today, apart from the equipment Dr. Partha mentioned, St. Rita's has got 50 full-time doctors from one. That is their moment of Tintswalo. And we can't hide this history. Ndate no dada, o sa tsebe gore batho ba rena be ba phela jwang, o di wa ikhumbulela wa rra. Because you grossly undermined the Tintswalo moment of matric results. Mr. President, I was the first MEC for education in Limpopo in 1983, just a year before our democratic elections. The results in the former Leboa government was matric results in the former Leboa government was 27%. You will never know that because matric results were not announced during those eras. From 27% to what we are getting today, that's a Tintswalo moment. And we can't, if you don't believe it, go to the archives and check, because the information is there. Mr. President, we have just released on the 8th papers on citizenship, refugee protection, and immigration towards a complete overhaul of the immigration system in the country. This is going to be the first time since our democratic era, or even before, that we are going to have an overarching policy on migration. Those who don't understand, we need to press the reset button on migration. They just need to read the recent court judgments on migration, including the judgment passed yesterday on the 8th, last week, by the Gauteng High Court, which is referred to by the media as a victory for the Department of Home Affairs. Mr. President, on the 8th of February, the Department of Home Affairs released a government gazette that issued draft immigration as well as new visa regulations for public comment. The visa regulations are a result of recommendations of the voluntary report, which you, Mr. President, commissioned. They will usher in a new era, an improved way of dealing with visa, and usher in a new era of trusted employer scheme, remote working visa, and a point system on awarding of certain types of visas. I also wish to explain, Mr. President, a directive that is causing confusion that was issued on the 21st of December, 2023. We are being blamed for chasing away tourists. Mr. President, that directive is not being understood. It was supposed to be an internal memo to guide the BMA officials at the ports of entry. Unfortunately, it went out into the public. We are being accused of chasing tourists out of the country. Fortunately, I had a heart-to-heart discussion with my colleague, Minister Delil, and I want to inform you.
As you conclude, honorable member.
Apart from having these things, 44 countries in Europe don't need visas to come to South Africa, 20 countries in Asia, 36 on the African continent, including SADC, 19 in North America, 11 in South America, a total of 32 countries. Those who need visas are on the fast-track e-visa system. So there is nothing about chasing people out of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the Premier of the Western Cape.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. President, honorable members, citizens of South Africa, it is an honor for me to be able to address you in this debate today. We've all heard the story of two cities. Today, I want to tell you the tale of two parties. I want to tell you the tale of a party of failure, a party called the ANC, who cannot keep the lights on, a party who cannot keep trains running, a party who cannot keep Transnet underpinning the economy, costing us R1 billion a day, a party who cannot keep our ports operational, costing us 200 million rand a day, a party who has given us the highest youth unemployment rate in the world, a party who knows not how to deal with corruption and state capture, a party who does not know how to grow the economy and create jobs, a party who can't even pay a SASSA grant to the most vulnerable citizens of our country. This is a party of absolute failure. And then, of course, there's the other part of the tale. A party that gets things done. A party that is busy saving South Africa. Now, Mr. President, nothing demonstrates exactly what I mean by a tale that I'm going to tell you now of real people, not a fairy tale of fictitious tin swallows. I'm going to talk about real people. I'm going to talk about two young people, Mr. Denver Windvogel and Mr. Denver Atunis. These two young men, prior to the pandemic, finished matric in a small town called Franschhoek, not so far from here. These two young men, coming from a poor background and a poor community, finished their matric, and in a province that believes in opportunity, in a province that believes in enabling people to reach their potential. These two young individuals, through a partnership with Belgium, went overseas and learned how to make chocolate. They came back here, got 150,000 rand to get their business going, and started Belgian chocolatier company, Huguenot Chocolates, in Franschhoek. Two young entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, Mr. President, along came a pandemic and with it lockdown. But these two entrepreneurs pushed through. They employed 6 people and they managed to get to the other side of the pandemic. Once they got to the other side of the pandemic, they were battling to pay their rent, and that's where the DA-run municipality of Stellenbosch stepped in and enabled them with a piece of property at an acorn rental with a 10-year lease in the middle of the main street of a tourism mecca called Franschhoek. But it wasn't long until load shedding hit. The lights went out. And of course, that's when the DA province steps in. We have an SMME booster fund. We have a fund for small emerging entrepreneurs to put solar panels on their roofs and batteries in their systems. It's not a fairy tale, Mr. President. I was at their business last Saturday while the country was in level 6 load shedding. The air conditioners were on, the fridges were on, the manufacture was happening because we enable entrepreneurs in this province. But you know what? The tale continues. I asked them if they sold sugar-free dark diabetic chocolate because I'm a diabetic. And they said to me, they normally do. But unfortunately, those specialist ingredients have been sitting in the port system for 6 weeks. Again, the ANC is failing those entrepreneurs, failing them dismally. Mr. Speaker, it goes further than that. The ANC doesn't just fail entrepreneurs when it can't provide power or an operational port. It is also failing towns. The president spoke here as if corruption was a thing of the past. The president spoke here as if state capture didn't even happen under his watch. But he also spoke about it that it was finished. Let me tell you about a town in this province that is captured. It's a town called Knysna. In Knysna, that town is run by the ANC, the EFF, and the Patriotic Alliance. That town has been captured. All of those entrepreneurs are now suffering. All of those citizens are now suffering. Do you know, Mr. President, in that town, I've just heard the previous speaker, Minister, speak about places that had no water. That place had water, but today it has no water. The people of Hornley have got no water. They haven't had water for 5 days. They haven't got sewage systems. The hospital is picking up more and more diarrhea cases. That coalition, and this is a warning for after the election, that coalition has captured everyone in that town. The water system in November had a body floating in the water system for 14 days. When they tried to pull the body out, the arm fell off. That's what the ANC, EFF, Patriotic Alliance thinks about those citizens. It gives them contaminated water to drink. The rubbish pile is bigger than this inside hall. The rats are the size of dogs. The cronies get the contracts. Total capture. Mr. President, I dare you to help us put that town under administration, because that's exactly what it needs to happen. But Mr. President, when the ANC fails, the DA steps in. And the first area I want to talk about step in is a piece of legislation coming out of the Western Cape called the Powers Bill. And it's interesting how the ANC opposed this like anything. But when you ask those individuals standing outside with their banners, why are you opposing the Powers Bill? Because it's the failure of the ANC to create jobs, give you services. That's all we're trying to do. And that Powers Bill will create an enabling environment where we will go through the NCOP, the National Assembly, or even end up in the Constitutional Court where you are not able to deliver services to our citizens. Let me talk about policing. That's the first place where devolution of power should happen. And the Minister of Police says, not over my dead body. But what do we do in the Western Cape? We go ahead and start to deliver to the citizens where the ANC fails. So 4 years ago today, we had LEAP officers in partnership with the city in the highest crime rate areas of this region. Mr. President, 5 years ago, if I stood here, I would have had to admit that this region had the highest murder per capita rate in South Africa. We were the murder capital of South Africa. But without the Minister of Police, we put our LEAP officers in place. We deployed them to places like Delft, Hanover Park, Kraaifontein, Grassy Park, Khayelitsha, Philippi East, Nyanga, Gugulethu, Bishop Lavis, Mitchell's Plain, Lavender Hill. And guess what, Mr. President? If you look at the report from the International Security Studies, an independent report, and they mapped the 4 provinces with the highest murder rate in South Africa: Gauteng, KZN, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape. And of those 4 provinces in the last 5 years, 3 of them, the murder rate went up. 1 of them, the murder rate came down. And that is the Western Cape. And if we can do that with 1,300 LEAP officers using data and evidence, imagine what we'll do when we force you to give us the power of policing. Mr. President, you should be hanging your head in shame. 27,000 citizens in this country were murdered last year. You should all be hanging your heads in shame. How unbelievably shocking is that? But in this province, we will show that we can make a difference. We give hope. We can do it where we govern, the DA governs, and it makes that difference. But Mr. President, I also noticed in your speech that you didn't have much to brag about in your last term. But let me tell you where the DA gets things done in this province. Let me tell you about this last term. We now can build a school for 500 learners in just 65 days. We are the only province with a back on track program where our learners on Saturdays are in class. These are the primary school learners, thousands of them, where thousands of our teachers are in class, catching up, reading with meaning, thousands of them. We are the only province with a retention rate of 74%. In your provinces, Mr. President, the retention rate is 40%, measly 40%. But let me tell you about the health sector in this province. On the whole African continent, there are only 3 hospitals in the state that have robotic surgery, and they all happen to be in the Western Cape, 1 in George, 2 in Cape Town. It is in this province, Mr. President, where jobs are created. We have the lowest unemployment rate by far. When the Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition was here, she mentioned a number. 7 out of 10 young people in this country don't have a job. How shocking is that? 7 out of 10 people don't have a job. In this province, 8 out of 10 people have a job. Last year this time, Mr. President, I could talk about coming out of the pandemic, how many jobs were created in South Africa, and it was 169,000 jobs in the whole country. But the interesting number is that 167,000 of those jobs come out of this province, the Western Cape. And these are the facts, Mr. President, and that's why most of South Africa coming from the ANC-run provinces are coming to this province. They're voting with their feet. When I saw the Honorable Maboyane, when I walked in, I thought the Premier had finally decided to move to the Western Cape like the rest of his citizens. I actually felt like asking him, did you turn the light out before you left? But he didn't have to do that because you've already done that for him. But Mr. President, the tale of 2 parties. A party that has dismally failed the citizens of this country versus a party that creates hope, a party that gets things done, and a party that is going to make a massive difference once you announce the election date. A party that is going to save South Africa. We are going to do exactly what happens in DA-run municipalities and province across the whole country. So, Mr. President, announce that date. Bring it on. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you very much, all the honorable members. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable Plaid in Zimande.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ambi Masondo, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, and Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members. Premier Winde, you should actually be ashamed. Because the DA is telling a false narrative here. All the things you claim you have done have been made possible by the advances made by the African National Congress. And where you fail, you blame the African National Congress. I want to ask you a simple thing. If you are so committed to changing the lives of ordinary people, why are you not selecting poor students from the Western Cape to go and study medicine in Cuba? You are the only province that actually doesn't do that. I thought you were talking about the tale of two cities. What is happening in Cape Town and the predominantly white suburbs as compared to Khayelitsha and Crossroads, where the schools are rotting in the name of what you are actually talking about. No, Honorable Steenhuisen, don't say that you don't have money. You are claiming all the things that you are doing because you say we are using your resources. I'm just challenging you. Please answer what Honorable Doug Moore said to you yesterday. Honorable President, all this is a distraction. Let me also congratulate you, President. You wrote speeches for everybody this time in the State of the Nation address. Everybody is talking about Tinswalo, even those who are actually trying to distort what you meant about Tinswalo. President, you clearly articulated the interventions of the ANC government to reverse centuries of colonial rule and apartheid in South Africa. Over the past 30 years, we have significantly increased access, especially for students from poor and working class backgrounds, into post-school education and training system. In 1994, the number of enrolled students in our post-school system were 495,000. In 2013, this number more than doubled to 980,000 students. In 2019, the total number of enrollments at universities, TVET colleges, and community colleges stood at just over 2.1 million students. Black university students in South Africa increased from 49% in 1994 to 71% in 2021. 60% of university students today in South Africa are women. Iningi labafundi bethu basema-university abantu besifazane. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, NSFAS represents one of the most progressive interventions by the ANC government. Since its inception in 1991, at the instigation, by the way, of former President Mandela before he took over in 1994, NSFAS has funded over 5 million students. Put differently, since 1991, NSFAS funding has grown from disbursing 21.4 million rands to almost 48 billion rands in 2023. In 2024, NSFAS is gonna break the 50 billion rands mark. Already, NSFAS has transferred 4.2 billion rands to our universities and colleges so that not a single NSFAS bursary student will have to pay registration fees upfront. Already, as I'm talking to you now, in the House, NSFAS has provisionally approved funding for 989,998 students. And we are currently engaging with the revenue services for salary verification process with the view to ensure that no NSFAS applicant is disadvantaged. Out of those provisionally funded, 791,405 are SASSA beneficiaries. So now President Tinswalo is automatically approved for NSFAS because she has been a SASSA beneficiary. And one of our most notable milestones is that by 2010, sidlulisele i-NSFAS kubafundi basema-TVET ibikade ingekho phambi kwalokho. Okunye sifuna ukusho ukuthi asimangali amaqembu anjengo-DA uma ehlasela i-NSFAS ngoba yazi ukuthi enye yezinto ezibaluleke kakhulu ezenziwe yi-ANC lezi. What does NSFAS do? NSFAS breaks and disrupts intergenerational poverty. And iningi labantwana bakwa-NSFAS baqhamuke emndenini engakazi bekhona i-university graduate noma i-TVET college graduate bayabokuqala. As Honorable Malachi said, we've also introduced funding, a loan scheme for missing middle students, those earning over 350,000, but not more than 600,000 per annum total family income. And this loan scheme has an incentive. Those students who finish in record time their qualifications, half of that loan will be converted into a full bursary. President, whilst these successes are important, we are not unaware of the capacity challenges that are facing NSFAS. That is what I've been preoccupied with as a minister. We are working very close with Minister M. Ramokgopa of DPME. We are also forming strong partnerships with both public and private financial institutions to strengthen NSFAS, as well as with universities and colleges, and also making sure that we work to stabilize the institution and also ensure clean governance. President, you recently announced the planned establishment of 2 new universities. The feasibility studies for those 2 universities are done. And very soon, Minister of Police, you will be getting your University of Detective Services in Hammanskraal. We are ready now for that. Of course, this government has also established the first 2 universities post-apartheid, Sol Plaatje University and Mpumalanga universities. Those 2 provinces had never had universities before. We also would like to applaud you, President, for having recently launched the Presidential PhD program worth 1 billion rand to send our brightest young minds to leading science and research institutions to various parts of the world for training and exposure so that they can come back and say, this government led by President Ramaphosa has also invested a lot into infrastructure. We have built, President, over the last 5 years, 16 TVET college campuses, all in rural areas, in the poorest of provinces. University of Venda, we've built a brand new Faculty of Health Sciences building. Walter Sisulu University East Teaching Mall with 19 modern lecture halls and 13 tutorial rooms with 314 bed student residence. We have also built new skill centers built by our sitters in Sekhukhune as well as in Richmond.
As you conclude, Minister.
We also wish to say that in 1994, there was one trade test center in South Africa, which was Olifantsfontein. Today, there are 35 that were built in TVET colleges. So, uTinswalo akusafanele asuke eKhalankome, Eastern Cape, aye eGauteng ukuze ayokwenza i-trade test center ukuze abe yi-artisan. We are also fighting the
Your
scourge.
time is up.
Chairperson, thank you very much. But I wanted to remind the DA that Israel has killed 94 professors in Gaza and shut down the 12 universities. That is what you are supporting as the DA with Israeli apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to Honorable A.M. Shaikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mr. President, I hear some of my colleagues raising concerns about Hamas. Let me explain to these people what the scenario or situation is in Palestine. There are children dangling with limbs blown off or crawling, screaming with their dying breaths. And you know what their mothers are doing, Chairperson? Their mothers are looking for the heads of their children that are so badly decomposed that they cannot even identify them. But yet we have political parties in this house that are trying to justify the massacre and the genocide that's taking place in the Palestine, particularly right now in Rafah. But let me give a loud and clear message to the Democratic Alliance. If you think that the people of this country are going to allow you and take this beautiful country, city of Cape Town of ours, and hand it over to the Zionists, the city of Cape Town will be a bloodbath, I can assure you that. We will not allow you to take this and sell it and sell your principles, your ethics and values like you have just pawned the land in the Western Cape to the United States and others. We will not allow you to make this a Jewish state. So my message to all South Africans is loud and clear. If you want another Palestine in the Western Cape, you want to go back to the days of apartheid, then support the Zionist state of Palestine, which we believe violating their rights, this Western Cape, this city of Cape Town that has been violating for a long period of time. So if you want them to continue, I want to say to you, you will pay the ultimate price. The draconian laws that they are now introducing, the freedom of speech that they are now restricting. I hear them talking about how well things are in the Western Cape. There is no poor white in the entire Western Cape according to the latest survey. But almost 40% of blacks and coloreds are poor. City of Cape Town is the alcohol city of the country. They're not talking about that. 8 rapes in schools in 3 months. They're not talking about that. What about the people in Parow Park? Do you know what is happening there, Chairperson? The white tenants, listen to this, the white tenants are paying lower rent than the colored tenants in Parow Park. Go and have a look at it and go and see how they are being treated. We talk about workers' rights. What about the rights of those taxi drivers who work from 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. with no benefits whatsoever? What are you doing about the Khoi and San and the Cape Corps? You have totally alienated them. No respect for them, but you live on the land that belongs rightfully to them. And I am calling on the Cape Corps. I'm calling on all members of the colored community and the black community and the Khoi and San. Rise and rise now against the Western Cape. Rise today before it is too late. Many communities in South Africa continue to suffer. The Indian community in Malagasy, in Shaka Skral, in Clare Estate, all have been marginalized. We're talking about crime, but look at the state of the police officers in this country. a disgraceful 13 rand danger allowance, living in shacks and shanty towns. Have any of you done anything? But I can tell you what, more money is being given to the Western Cape to provide to their police force that they have implemented just to violate the rights of others. But the time is coming. The time is coming when you will pay the ultimate price.
As you conclude,
On the
honorable
land,
member.
we are saying, Mr. President, we are saying to you, there is no reason why this Western Cape government cannot identify every family in this province, in every municipality, and right now subdivide the land and give every one of them a piece of land. Don't worry about the electricity, water, and sanitation. You can give them. Why haven't you done that? You won't do it because you want these people to come begging to you day in
Your
and
time
day
is
out.
up, honorable member.
Thank you very much.
Next is Honorable Whitfield.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Mr. President, as difficult as it is for us to acknowledge that the promise of the dream of 1994 has turned into a nightmare, we must tell the truth. You see, Tinswalo and her children are more likely to be raped, assaulted, kidnapped, and murdered today than they were when you became president. Tinswalo, like millions of her fellow citizens, live in fear. They live in fear every single day, unable to trust the police, desperate to feel safe. After more than 5 years at the helm of our nation, you have left a bloody trail of broken promises because you have failed to be decisive in fighting crime. In 2019, you promised to halve violent crime in a decade. But today, at the halfway mark, violent crime is up across the board. You have abdicated your responsibility to secure the safety of every South African, and you have stolen the future of countless children who have known only fear since the day that they were born. The truth is that your presidency is a crime scene, and your criminal record as president is among the worst in the world. Since you became president, murder is up 28.9%, attempted murder up 34.9%, carjackings up 23%, robberies at residential premises up 9.2%, assault common up 12%, and kidnappings, Mr. President, are up 131.7% since you took office. Since you were elected as president, 46,414 people have been kidnapped in South Africa. 107,145 people have been murdered, and 182,906 people have been raped. These are not the statistics of a constitutional and democratic state committed to upholding the rule of law. No, they are the statistics of a violent, criminal mafia state at war with itself and its citizens. You promised to fight gangs and reduce drug-related crimes, but drugs keep flooding our streets because in the last financial year, your police service was able to neutralize just only 4 out of 41 identified drug syndicates. You promised to increase visible policing and capacitate the police, yet there has been a net reduction in SAPS personnel since 2019 from 192,000 to 179,000 in 2023. SAPS's management has been gutted and filled with your cadres, promoted over specialists with decades of experience, leading to resignations and early retirements. Fellow South Africans, this president and his government cannot rescue our country and her people from violent crime. They have proven far beyond a reasonable doubt that they are simply not capable. But there is good news. A safer South Africa in which all citizens can live in peace and prosperity with one another is within reach. A South Africa where children can live and play without fear, where women can go out at night alone and know that they will be safe. A South Africa of rising opportunity for all that rewards the law-abiding and punishes the criminal and the corrupt. A South Africa where we can all truly be safe and build a prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. South Africa and her people can be rescued by a new government that is deliberate and decisive in fighting the criminals that have captured our communities. A new government with the DA at its center will rescue our criminal justice system to ensure that quality investigations lead to successful prosecutions and convictions of violent criminals and corrupt politicians. A new DA-led government will abolish cadre deployment and recruit the best and the brightest in our country into the police service to lead this fight against violent crime. A new DA-led government will restore and reward professionalism, discipline, and good governance within the ranks of the police so that we can rebuild trust with our communities. A new DA-led government will focus on preventing crime before it occurs by implementing a well-resourced, evidence-based crime prevention strategy. We will strengthen crime intelligence and bolster SAP's specialized units to dismantle organized criminal and organized politically criminal syndicates and gangs, such as the construction mafia and illegal mining syndicates. A new DA-led government will bring the SAPs into the 21st century through the deployment of drones, gunshot detection technology, and fully integrated CCTV networks so that criminals have nowhere to hide. And a new DA-led government will move swiftly to devolve policing powers to capable local and provincial spheres in order to enhance local accountability and responsiveness. Where we are piloting this right here in the Western Cape, the evidence proves that it works. Fellow South Africans, I know that South Africa will be a safer country after 2024 because you, the people of South Africa, will rescue South Africa when you go to the polls this year, and you will stand over that ballot paper. You will vote for your safety. You will vote to secure a safer future for your children and your grandchildren. You will vote for a better future, not a better past. And you will vote to get these crooks out of cabinet so that we can get the criminals off the street, because your vote for the DA is a vote
As you
for a
conclude,
safer-
honorable member.
Because a vote for the DA is a vote for a safer South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Minister and the Presidency, Honorable Chavin.
Madam Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Members, Nabotin Tswalo, for the Ronomatics who celebrate Valentine's Day, a day dedicated to love, red roses, chocolates, and other little gestures. Happy Valentine's Day. It was also in this day, in 1981, when the late President Samora Machel of Mozambique pledged solidarity with the people of South Africa. And so today, I'm very much in love. I'm in love with my country, in which President Nelson Mandela delivered his first State of the Nation address to this parliament on the 24th of May, 1994, when this country and the world were a very different place. When Centurion was just a dorpy called Verswoesberg, where we bought taxis and second-hand cars. Midrand of New Road, Blue Valley, Waterfall, and Mall of Africa was still a small town called Halfway House. When Thoyando was still a one-street town, and the V&A waterfront was just the docklands around the Victoria and Alfred Basins. When Madiba addressed Parliament, he was empowered by an interim constitution that had enabled our democratic transition. Soon after President Mandela became president, it was this president who leads us today, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, who was elected as the chairperson of the Constitutional Assembly. That Constitutional Assembly which crafted the Constitution which governs all South Africans today. Our new Constitution, which is hailed as the best in the world and the birth certificate of our democracy, didn't fall from the sky, and it wasn't an outcome of a magical convention on the road to Damascus on the part of the apartheid regime. It was an outcome of protracted battles between the advocates of freedom and democracy on the one hand, and those refusing to let go of white privilege, inequality, and a divided society. Unfortunately, prejudice is a chain. It holds you down. And 30 years after the dawn of democracy, some even in this house are still held by the chains of prejudice. It is a shame. As we mark 30 years of freedom, we must not exercise our reflections and recollections without remembering exactly where we have come from or without acknowledging what has confronted us as society in our journey to here. Despite the global economic meltdown of 2007-2008 and the COVID-19 pandemic, both Intswalo, or the Black Diamonds as they are generally referred to, or the national breadwinners as they call themselves during the COVID-19 vaccination period, continue to lead the installation of the digital connectivity in deep rural KwaZulu-Natal and other provinces. They continue to work as young Black and women engineers at our power stations. They work side by side to create sovereign launch capability that have allowed our country to take satellite technologies into space. They are the bedrock of the more than 10,000 SMMEs that are suppliers to the National School Nutrition Program. They are the engineers and the contractors behind the more than 750,000 kilometer road network from the 525,000 kilometer road network in 1995. Yes, some of the provincial and municipal roads have the potholes but we are intervening. Currently, Sandral has taken over 3,100 kilometers of roads transferred from provinces so that we can use its road construction and maintenance capacity to deliver better roads and with more under consideration. In the past 5 years, Sandral has executed projects to the value of 120 billion rands, which translated to just under 45,000 job opportunities and the participation of almost 6,500 Black-owned SMMEs in the road construction industry. Just this January, Sandral announced another 28 billion injection into the industry with the implementation of over 70 projects. Sandral's work to improve the country's road network is complemented by Operation Vala Zonke, aimed at closing potholes on the municipal roads across all municipalities. We are aware that some municipalities are progressing faster than others. Honorable members, we are rebuilding the network industries to ensure it services our country more effectively. Despite the teething challenges, PRASA has restored operations on 26 out of 40 commuter rail corridors following disruptions caused by COVID-19 pandemic and the criminality that vandalized our rail infrastructure. Of these restored service lines, 19 of them are operated with new trains. PRASA has received 184 new trains that have been built in Nigel in Ekurhuleni, Gauteng. In addition, 276 metro rail coaches have been upgraded or refurbished, and 97 train stations have been refurbished, and 29 cooperatives are responsible for cleaning and maintenance of these stations. Through the capital expenditure of PRASA, we have created more than 46,000 job opportunities. Even Transnet is starting to register a turnaround at its operations with the arrival of critical equipment. Irrespective of the weather, those containers can be loaded and offloaded in our ports. We appreciate the support from business under the CEO initiative that has partnered with government in driving critical reforms necessary to rebuild our economy. But bash, ndizone botintswalo na dzithama dzawe vana mutsiko wa thengo ya matshilele nga zwine ra zwi vhidza uri cost of living. Fhedzi mushumo une ra vha khawo wo fhaṱulula ikonomi uri ṋea zwikhala zori ri fhe vhoramabindu maṱuku mishumo uri ri bveledzise themamveledziso yashu. Hezwo zwi khou engedza masheleni zwikwamani zwa vhoramabindu maṱuku na vhotintswalo vhaṅwe. Ro fara ro khwaṱha kha u fhaṱulula ikonomi yashu uri i kone u ḓi imisa kha mafhungo a fulufulu na zwa migodi na zwa u rengisa ndalama ya mavuni. We are prioritizing, in cooperation with other countries within our region, beneficiation of our minerals as we strengthen reindustrialization through localization. Yes, what of employment? 8 consecutive quarterly labor force surveys have indicated an improvement into the unemployment situation in the country, with 16.7 million people were in employment by the end of the third quarter of 2023, the first to surpass the pre-COVID-19 employment levels. Although 6 million youth are now in employment, the challenge of youth unemployment, like the world over, remains. It is for that reason that President Ramaphosa led the establishment of initiatives like the Youth Employment Service, or YES, in partnership with private sector partners. YES has created over 130,000 work experiences for young people to date, over 1.7 million work and livelihood opportunities for unemployed South Africans have been created through the presidential employment stimulus, which prioritize predominantly youth and women. The South African Youth Mobi platform has launched, which provides pathways for young people to employment, learning, and youth enterprises. Today, over 4.8 million young people have registered on the platform, and more than 1 million have been placed in earning opportunities. Madam Speakers, like all these achievements have been made possible by South Africans who consider it their duty to be part of transforming our country and undoing the damaging legacy of apartheid, not the revisionist. Maybe I must remind some amongst us that the president in his address last week said, just as we cannot deny the progress South Africans have made over the last 30 years, nor should we diminish the severe challenges that we continue to face. Maybe I must borrow from Bob Marley and say to the DA, before we start pointing fingers, make sure your hands are clean. Honorable Kwarube, the story of Tabang you were attempting to narrate to this, for us, is the story of a young man or a young woman from Gugule to Nyanga, Delf, Imzamoye to in Hot Bay, Misha's Plain, and
As
we are
you
starting
conclude,
to
honorable
find them
member.
in the city of Tshwane under the DA administration. So, Madam Speaker, the president has yet to close this debate of the State of the Nation address in February 2024, but I'm already looking forward to the second State of the Nation address of 2024. I'm sure honorable members from the other side are looking forward to this as well, as they will be able to continue to
Your time is
scrutinize
up.
and criticize sitting from where they are sitting. In any case, some people feel the rain and others just get wet. Love you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, you started by reminding us in your speech about the historic democratic national and provincial elections of April 27, 1994. We agree that the 1994 general elections were a historic breakthrough, especially after decades of colonial and apartheid misrule. As we went to the polls in 1994, the Black indigenous people voted with high hopes, thinking that they were installing a servant and ethical government, which we hoped would not compromise or betray the aspirations of the poor masses. As a people, we didn't know we were voting for lumpen politicians, thieves, and self-centered enemies of the people. Honorable members, after 3 decades of the so-called constitutional democracy, South Africa is deeply divided along racial and class lines. It is also divided into 2 nation states. We have urban areas on the one hand, which largely mirrors the remnants of the colonial and apartheid rule, and rural areas on the other hand, which is under the control of the traditional leaders, the kings and Amakosi. This is where the vast majority of the poorest of the poor, the Black indigenous people, are found in these areas. The majority of our people are trapped in grinding poverty without access to adequate clean water, poor social infrastructure, and a high rate of unemployment. Mr. President, you also indicated in your speech that your government is rooting out hunger by providing the social relief of distress grant. We know that 350 in our country ridden by corruption and greed is an insult to our people. Honorable Speaker, the ANC government has no effective and credible plans to introduce sustainable employment schemes and run a cutting-edge infrastructure investment in the rural areas. We argue that spending a lot of money on social grants is not an investment. Young people must be skilled and cannot depend on the 350 grant. Mr. President, we need a radical economic policy shift in order to address the economic imbalances of the past. Neoliberalism is a curse to the working class and the poor. Neoliberalism is benefiting only the ruling elite and their cronies. As a result, the quasi-democracy of 3 decades in South Africa has produced only 5 black billionaires and several multimillionaires within the ranks of the ruling party. The black majority, on the other hand, have been kept in the continuous fight
As you conclude, honorable
over
member.
spoils of the ruling class. Mr. President, let's go back to the basics. The Western liberal economic policies will never bring a better life for all in this country, whose majority of the people are poor. In conclusion, I wish to salute KK, Kenneth Kaunda, the first president of Zambia from 1964 to 1991.
Your time is up.
Give me 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. We now proceed to an address by Salga.
Speaker of the National Assembly, the chairperson of the NCOP, President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President of our country, Paul Mashatile, premiers of our provinces, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Our approach on the state of the nation of the president from local government perspective. As we approach 30 years of democracy, allow me to start by reminding this august house that the South African local government system has its history and roots deeply embedded in our country's colonial past. With the several scholars describing the historical role of local government, many argued that the pre-1994 local government system perpetuated racial segregation, poverty, and inequality, and the distribution of essential services. This history left bold imprints of social injustice, spatial injustice, racial bias, and poor access to essential services for the majority of the population in the Republic. Scholars are also in agreement that the country's local government system has emerged from subvent and illegitimate institutions to a more democratic local government system with the Constitution of the Republic introducing complete transformation of the local government system. Local government is now a sphere of government in its own right and no longer a function nor implementing arm of national or provincial government. Whereas local government has undergone rapid transition and transformation over the past 30 years, there can be no doubt that it has had a profound impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans, assisted by provincial and national government. In expanding the provision of services to our people, the recently released outcome of the 2022 census attests to this reality by confirming that the following key gains in delivery of basic services have been made. Access to electricity for lighting went from 58.1% in 1996 to 94.7% in 2022. 82.4% of households in the country has access to pipe water, either inside their dwelling or inside their yard. 98.4% households have sanitation, with 70.8% having access to flush toilets. 2/3 of households in the country had their refuse removal by local authorities. While it is true that a number of serious and complex challenges persist in some municipalities, by and large, there are extensive examples of, as confirmed by Census 2022, that local government has delivered quality services and a better life for the majority of our people. And of course, local government could have not done this without the assistance of national and provincial government. The Census 2022 further confirms that the South African population grew by 62 million in 2022, translating to 17.8 million households, an increase of 7.2 million additional households that must be serviced by local government. In addition hereto, the Census 2022 further confirms that 50% of our population live in the 17 largest municipalities in the country. If we analyze these statistics, it begins to suggest that a large part of our population reside in a cities which continue to face growing environmental, social, societal, and economic challenges, with growing levels of demands for municipal basic services. It therefore means that the absence of an acknowledgement of the importance of local government, we face the increasing risk of not creating sustainable human settlement, which provide for a decent quality of life and meet the social, economic, and material needs of communities in the whole. We therefore look into the future, define an appropriate response to the picture painted by Census 2022. Despite its most pivotal role in building democracy and promoting socio-economic development, with the responsibility for 46% of the constitutional functions, local government still remains a big area in which we need to develop, capacitate, and build capacity so that it can respond to our challenges. And we can do this through improving cooperative governance. And we are happy, President, with the Minister Motsoaledi on his program insofar as foreign nationals visiting our country but landing up in our municipalities. His endeavor in working with us is a very important. And I must say, we are happy with Minister Kotongwan. For a first time, he agrees after many years that local government is underfunded. And therefore, we can go to the debate and discussion, how do we then better fund local government? Our own assessment as SALGA is that local government is a complex sphere of government. It requires a proper diagnosis to develop a response that is appropriate. An appropriate response requires a distinction between the occurrences, patterns, trends, versus the systemic structural issues, having regard to the national interventions alluded to earlier on. We tend to react and respond to the occurrences and not the underlying causes. It is our respective view that in dealing with the state of local government and the challenges attended to, consideration has to be given to a number of interventions as packaged instead of wanting to deal with them one by one in isolation of a bigger picture. As stated in previous SONA, we fully supported President Ramaphosa's view on the appointment of properly qualified municipal officials to ensure the effective management and provision of services. We, however, add that similar focus, President, should be placed on the political arm of local government, and political parties are the ones that are elected councillors and then send councillors to council. Our analysis confirms that every 5 years, the high turnover in local government, exacerbated by lack of proper screening of candidates, set the sector back in terms of leadership, governance, and oversight stability. Despite numerous interventions to increase the capacity of councillors during term of office, the task is daunting and the gaps are blunt, as recent development, particularly in coalition, have exposed serious weaknesses in the leadership qualities of many of us in managing the coalition. If we don't manage the coalition, it's going to fall right into our face. We once more repeat our plea and call to all political parties to prioritize deployment of skilled and knowledgeable councillors. A more radical proposal is that as we march towards the next elections, there should be a set of minimum criteria coupled with the introduction of performance management and accountability based on remuneration regime for both councillors and senior managers. I think, President, we need to consider two things. You must punish the mediocrity and reward the performance. You may recall that we stood here a year ago to draw attention to the impact of coalition government on service delivery and municipal governance. We wish to extend our appreciation to the President of the Republic for responding positively to our call for a national dialogue on coalition government by political parties that give us people in council. We are hopeful that following the national dialogue held in August last year will bring us closer towards a framework for coalition government that can be used as a guide by political parties in structuring their coalition in practice. Without a framework to guide political parties in structuring and managing coalition, political parties and independent councillors will be required to establish coalition whilst being uncertain about the rules or mechanism. Niyiphelise loo nto ka-kingmaker no queenmaker, because it's created problems. As it relates to municipal financial sustainability, the President rightfully recognized some of the challenges that weaken local government institutions. This view must be seen in the context that the financial resources available to municipalities have fallen short of the increasing demand on municipal for services, including non-revenue services and infrastructure delivery needs. On safety of councillors, President, municipal officials, traditional leaders, and we see of late judges being threatened. As stated in the SONA debate, as SALGA will remain concerned about the growing number of intimidation and killing of councillors and municipal officials and damage to municipal property during service delivery protest. In recent times, this has also been extended to traditional leaders and judges. Coupled with recent shootings and killings, there are broader questions to be asked. What has gone wrong with moral fiber of our society? Is it the cause of this type of death, love of money, or greed? Are we not making enough noise to be heard when we say that enough is enough? For now, for how long are we going to keep quiet? Well, the public office bearers are maimed, daylight, threaten their lives for rendering services. And that is why, as a co-president of the International Local Government Formation, we agree with the approach that you took in Palestine. And we wish in Syria you will do the same. This worrying development in the context that the occurrences in the countrywide, although the different intensities, this development threatens the credibility of democracy, but more so, negatively impact the credibility of local government as a potential area of opportunity for qualified and competent public representative and prospective employees.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now invite the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Honorable Lamula.
Madam Speaker, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President, House Chairperson, the opposition behaves as if they've just fallen from heaven when they know that the President has been candid and honest about the successes and the challenges of our country. So in order not to see the success of the government, democracy, these are the democratic revolution. I am a Tintswalo. Like many South Africans who started high school after 1994, I started my high school in 1995, Honorable President. Both my parents were farm workers who could not afford my tertiary education. Luckily for my generation, the democratic breakthrough with its promise for a better life for all changed our trajectory. Having attended TSB Farm School in Komati Port in Mpumalanga, I matriculated in Mchaka High School in Bushbuck Ridge in 2000. I can stand here in this house with great conviction that had it not been for the ANC government's expansion of TEFSA, my sister paying for university registration, I will not be standing here today. I will not have been an attorney of the High Court of South Africa, having appeared in the highest court in the world, the ICJ, on global affairs. My life was predestined as a farm worker and designed by the apartheid government, and not by choice. What Honorable Zimanda has referred to here is a living reality in all our townships and villages across the country. The village where I come from, Kaningmobi in Mpumalanga, had no electricity nor running water. Today, there is electricity, running water, and tarred roads. So are many villages across the country. Its results of NFSAS are tangible. Honorable Khashube, it's one of them. You can touch it with your bare hands. Mbuyelo wa NFSAS unguma mavoko, Chief Whip. Mvelapanda ya NFSAS ungayifara ngazwanda. Imiphumela ye NFSAS njengoba bashilo babunzimande ungayibamba ngetandla. Jy kan uitkoms van NFSAS veel met jou hande. Honorable President, indawo zonke zase-Afrika, zase-South Africa zinaye uTintswalo. House Chairperson, the Tintswalo Honorable Steenhuisen and Honorable Windy refers to is the one they created here in the Western Cape. Lapa eKapa, uTintswalo is called a refugee in the land of her birth. Just like many children in Palestine, we can conclude that the reason the DA harassed the people who support Palestine here in the Western Cape is that they understand nothing about freedom and human rights. They want to create a white enclave state within the Republic of South Africa that exempts them from substantive equality. They want to destroy the future of Tintswalo. Tintswalo's glimmer of hope is the intervention of the national government, Lapa. Njengoba uMama uChapha eshilo izolo. She has shown it and demonstrated that all the successes here in the Western Cape is because of the intervention of the national government. Tintswalo will soon be free in the Western Cape, Honorable Windy. Jelesal ni terakkomni. Die mense van die Weskaap sal vir die ANC stem. The Cape Metro is tone deaf to the protest of Tintswalo. The city of Cape Town is limping from one scandal to the other. Almost 12 million rands from the Urban Waste Management Directorate cannot be accounted for. This led to a dysfunctional leachate treatment plant that is not operational. Equally, a member of the mayoral committee responsible for waste management was implicated in corruption through a forensic report which revealed non-existent cleaning services, which almost doubled from 314 million rands to 514 million rands. Like corruption everywhere, the DA corruption is not victimless. It has a direct impact on the future of Tintswalo. Like those in Guguletu, where the provincial government has only built 23 houses out of 570 houses in 5 years on a budget of 105 billion rands. That is the DA government for you. Its shenanigans laid bare in a ground-up article. Sabelo Jele is losing hope that his house will ever be finished. Ngandeka Mgwele said her husband Tulani Stokwe died waiting for his home due to the delays by the city of Cape Town. Iphile clean and effective governance ye-DA. Ngoba uMinister Nkadimeng noNgungubele ukhombisile izolo ukuthi nasekuruleni naseTshwane nihlulekile. House Chairperson, this House will soon pass the NPA Amendment Bill to make the investigative directorate within the auspices of the NPA permanent. Like the President said, Tintswalo went through challenges. It was not perfect. It is in the context that the Honorable President had to lead the rebuilding of state institutions to protect the future of Tintswalo. There is no denial that had it not been for the counter-revolution that was embedded in state capture, the National Democratic Revolution will be on track. It is within the context of this counter-revolution, a global pandemic and the global wars, that our economy was disrupted and damaged. But the opposition refused to see this for political expediency, to score cheap political goals. However, State South Africa confirms that our economy is back to pre-COVID levels. This means we have reawakened the sleeping giant, South Africa Incorporated. We have overcome COVID-19, the July unrest, the worst natural disaster in our country. Just like Bafana Bafana, the nation is awakening from the doldrums. Honorable members, it is the sixth administration that strengthened the work of law enforcement agencies, like the NPA, by appointing permanent leadership in the upper echelons of the NPA, the SAPS, and increased the operational budget, resulting in visible institutional growth and stability. Organized crime verdicts have increased by 21%, from 193 to 234, at a conviction rate that is above 80%. Not what the DA is saying. Gang leaders are behind bars in our courts. Whether it is Jerome Boysen, Nafik Modak, Ralph Stenfeld, Mark Liffman, Vusi Keke, all these are behind bars. It is historic that such a huge number of gang leaders are behind bars undergoing court processes. Whereas the DA MMC here in the city of Cape Town is working with them, claiming to be rehabilitating them. We are doing the real rehabilitation of offenders, through offenders contributing their labor, through self-sufficiency and strategic framework in the Department of Correctional Services. To date, this program has saved government 372 million rands through food production, sales, and correctional services workshop. An entrepreneurial state called by the President is in action. Amabanjo ayasebenza ngoku. Yonke indawo, wherever you go, you can see them. The conviction rate on gender-based violence and femicide matters is at 74.6%, Honorable President. You committed to clear the DNA backlog in the South African Police Service. The police have cleared 251,000 DNA backlog to zero. In this current financial year, the SAPS Biology Lab has processed 300,000 cases entries. In addition to the above, they've built a laboratory in the Eastern Cape. It is quiet by the opposition. Why? Because it's success. In the last State of the Nation address, DNA backlog was their trademark. When it comes to successful prosecutions for cable theft matters, the NPA has exceeded some of its targets. The conviction rate is well above 85%. 299 convictions have been obtained from 347 cable theft verdicts. We have already allocated 3.2 billion rands from the Criminal Assets Recovery Funds to fight illegal mining, organized crime, to enable the SAPS and Border Management Authority to buy state-of-the-art equipment needed to fight organized crime and to increase the deportation capabilities of the BMA. This is the work of the current administration. As of 31st December 2023, we have seen 2,996 arrests for illegal mining by the South African Police Service. SAPS is implementing Operation Shanyela, a comprehensive plan to combat crime throughout the country. The plan includes clamping down on illegal mining areas. Just last year, at the end of last year, the Asset Forfeiture Unit, SIU, and the Hawks have secured preservation orders to freeze assets which are proceeds of unlawful activities of syndicates dealing in unwrought gold in Gauteng province. The frozen assets includes 51 properties with a value of more than 16 million rands. In Mpumalanga, they have secured a preservation order assets of more than 1 billion rands. The message is clear: crime does not pay, and the tide is turning against crime. We need Honorable Groeneval's obsession with myself and Minister Cele attending a court in Groblersdal. Instead of condemning people carrying a Transvaal flag and apartheid flag, you are condemning us for going to court to prevent people from stomping inside the court, to prevent the court from doing its job. What kind of democracy is that, Honorable Groeneval? Such kind of behavior must be condemned. It cannot be allowed in a constitutional democracy. That is what we were doing. Reverend Mishwe, the Bible we have just quoted is supposed to spread love. What happened to those shall not kill in the Bible? The apartheid government used the Bible to justify the genocide it was committing in our country. You cannot justify genocide in Palestine through the Bible. You can only spread love. You can only spread togetherness. You can only spread peace with the Bible. It cannot be used for what Reverend Mishwe wants to use the Bible for. House Chairperson, Tinswalo's future is in capable hands with the ANC-led government. After this year's elections, the ANC government has successfully crafted a society that embraces the principles of our constitution, the vision of the Freedom Charter. It is unstoppable. President Ramaphosa will
Your
return
time is
here
up.
to deliver the State of the Nation address. Have I told you?
All the honorable members, please take your seats. Honorable members, business will now be suspended for 15 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members of the resumption of the sitting. Business is now suspended. Thank you very much.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Checking 1 2 1 2. Checking 1 2. Madam Speaker,
You may be seated, honorable members. Honorable members, the next speaker on my list is the Honorable the Premier of the Eastern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President and the Deputy President, distinguished members of Parliament, esteemed guests and fellow South Africans. Ndibona le nto le program yalapha inesandla semfene. President, silapha namhlanje sizongqina esikubonileyo, sizothetha esikwaziyo. Ubomi babantu bakuthi butshintshe kakhulu emveni kuka-1994. Kwaye ubomi babantu bakuthi buyaqhubeka busatshintsha umhla nezolo. Kuba umzamo omhle siyawuzama kodwa ugqatso asikalufezi. Honorable Speaker, author Angela Abraham known as a leading voice for global social evolution, once wrote that, and I quote, "After the blackness of night, Earth stars rises on the horizon, spreading her gold in every direction. The light is her gift, bold and free, for anyone who cares to open their eyes in the dawn and watch the world awake." Close quote. This is how I would describe the current moment in our nation as we close the first 3 decades of our democracy. A chapter of reconstruction, a rebuilding of our country that was ravaged by colonialism and apartheid for more than 300 years. Silapha ke sixova idaka lotatomkhulu benu John. Simoshiwe phaa ingakumbe Eastern Cape ngabo. The progress is so glaring and free to witness for everyone who cares to open their eyes in this moment and watch our nation awake and rise to its heights. President, many stood here to ridicule the story of Tintswalo, a story that is a reality of millions of South Africans, which you so beautifully, correctly, and succinctly narrated. When they did so, Mr. President, I sat there and thought of Jesus Christ when he was hanged on the cross and simply said, "Bawo baxolele kuba abayazi into abayenzayo." And so, in congratulating you, Mr. President, in your successful delivery of the 2024 State of the Nation's address, that accurately reflected the true state of our country, I appeal that you too forgive our opposition sisters and brothers, for they don't know what they are doing and saying. More importantly, their hatred for the African National Congress is too much, that it blinds them to the sunrise moment we are in as a nation, and an upward trajectory in almost every aspect of our development, as proved by the empirical evidence. To prove that they're blinded by the unguided hatred for the people's movement, one of them, my fellow young brother here, Honorable Nodada, a denialist Tintswalo, came here in this house and called for South Africans to do what they did to apartheid. As he naively puts it, voting out the African National Congress. I'm sure that when he said that it had escaped in his denialist mind that the illegitimate apartheid regime was not voted out of power, but was ended through mass and popular struggle, decades of loss and sacrifice, immense suffering, and international solidarity, amongst others. That is why he and other many illusioned, the so-called revolutionaries, are extremely misguided to even think of comparing 1994 to 2024 as zifana soze zifane. Ku-2024 ngulosi kuye, i-ANC izawubuya ingqawuza ngeenyawo zawo zombini. 2024 is 30 years of democracy. It is 30 years of 6 successful peaceful elections where the ANC defended the right to self-determination and did not cling to power like many other parties had done in other parts of the world. It is 30 years of coherent leadership provided by the African National Congress to ensure that all people reach their full potential, including those who are said to be in the opposition bands. It is 30 years of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. It is not anyone's 1994, but again, I remembered Jesus Christ on the cross and thought to myself that masibaxolele kuba abayazi into abayenzayo. Bekufanele umfundisi uthethe le nto apha than leya ayithethileyo ngoku ebethetha. I salute you, Mr. President, because we are a people who forget important things very easily. Your knowledge of Tintswalo resonated with many of our people because we have many people like her who are enjoying better life now, and careers as pilots, actuarial scientists, professionals, and in many other fields that our people have been denied. All the opportunities they are enjoying today were made possible by the policies and programs of the ANC-led government. That's why today we've got a chief whip from my home, who's a chief whip of this other party. That's why I have young Nodada, the Honorable Nodada, Umsimang, Kwelakar. Yiyo loo nto ke funeka i-African National Congress iqhubeke ikhokela urhulumente kweli lizwe khona ukuze ubomi babantu beli lizwe buqinisekiswe into yoba buzinzile. Mr. President, your State of the Nation address reminded us of our collective journey towards prosperity. This journey has seen our country ascending amidst various challenges, affirming its potential as a cornerstone of economic development, poverty alleviation, and job creation. Our province of the Eastern Cape, like the rest of South Africa, is on a positive socio-economic recovery path. Our provincial economy has recovered to pre-COVID-19 levels, with unemployment rate being reduced by almost 10% in 4 years. Abantu base-Eastern Cape, xa besiza apha, Honorable Winde, they are not refugees. This is their home. This is their land. This is South Africa. That must be understood and be accepted by everybody. That decline in high unemployment that I'm talking about, that equates to 250,000 permanent jobs created for our people. This has not happened by chance. It's not a fluke. It happened because we developed and implemented a provincial economic reconstruction and recovery plan, and we were detailed and meticulous on how to implement that. That's the reason why you see a lot of things happening in that province. For those who don't know, the Eastern Cape hosts more OEMs. Honorable Patel spoke at length about that, and we continue being this actually hub of auto sector in the country, and we would want to protect that. That's why we've got new companies coming on board, a new commitment as well from Stellantis of investing about 3 billion to create other 1,500 jobs into that space. Already, the current existing OEMs are creating about 60,000 jobs, including the component suppliers that are also operating in that space. Whichever direction you enter into the Eastern Cape, you will find workers building our provincial and national road network so that we can connect our province to neighboring provinces for faster movement of goods and safe traveling of our people. We are proud that the Eastern Cape-led government decided to build 2 engineering wonders, Mtendo and Msikaba bridges, worth a combined 5.8 billion in the 2 most impoverished districts in South Africa, Owa Tambo and Alfred Nzo. That investment will tame the Wild Coast area of our province and improve socio-economic status of our people. Abantu base-Eastern Cape bayayibona inyani. That's why if nidlalele kude Eastern Cape, ningayenza yonke into enifuna uyenza kwezinye indawo. You will never get that province. We are engaging unemployment youth in several skills and training initiatives in partnership with various sectors, private sector, and non-governmental institutions. We are significantly reducing the number of young people that are not in employment, education, or training in our process, as Honorable Plain Zimande indicated. Education and skills development are at the forefront of our developmental agenda. Forget what our political opponents say. The ANC-led government has truly widened the doors of learning in our country. Look at the progress of the matric results in the province. I had the pleasure of talking to a couple of principals here in Guguletu and other areas who said now they are turning kids who come to Cape Town back to Eastern Cape, because this is where the performance in education is coming. And education in the Eastern Cape actually is a heritage, you must understand that. So siyaqhubeka ke pha kuba umzi watsha yinto yapha ephondweni. Wena Honorable Nodada, ndiyafuna uba ndithi kuwe xa uyokwenza i-oversight yakho sujonga nje into ezingacacanga, kuba ingxaki yakho kule ndawo uhleli kuyo utyiswa intso nodakada mamlambo and uzawubona into ezirongo uhleli nje. So ibalulekile into yoba uvula amehlo xa uhamba phaa eQonce ubone into yokokuba kune-billion investment as we speak that creating an interchange in both entrances of iQonce. Ungayokhangela into ongayaziyo uba iphi. So ndiyakuthanda, ungumninawo wam, ndifuna ukukhusela kwaba bantu bafuna udlala ngawe. Une-potential. You must really appreciate your potential. So elibali likathando uza nalo apha libali nje elikhiwe entloko kuba ucinga into yokokuba kungenzeka nje noba intoni na. I invite you You know now when you drive from Tata to Tsolo kowenu, uhamba kwindlela enjani. Mhlambi awuzazi noba use-Western Cape xa use-Eastern Cape because your levels are only here in Western Cape. Xa uphinde wayapha uyobona ezinye izikolo phaa kwakule area ubuthetha ngayo that will be opening very soon. About 4 or 5 schools that will be opening that were built to the value of 210 million in this term. There are so many schools that were building in that province, state-of-the-art schools that were doing. Mr. President, we are doing a lot of job in our province. We're doing a job in ex-miners. We're working on the challenges of former civil servants in the homeland system. Ubhuti bantu babe khona bendizamxelela naye uba xa eritharisha bangabi naxhala uzawufika sikhona phaa simncede simbeke endaweni yakhe. Ndiyafuna ke ukuthi xa nihlala phansi I hope all of you here namhlanje bayimini enhle kakhulu, mini yothando, nonke nizifumene flowers. Ongayifumananga angabi naxhala kuba ubabalo nothando lwe-African National Congress lukwanele. Kuba uChe Guevara said, the 3 revolutionaries guided by a great feeling of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you. I now invite the Honorable Khau to take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Through you, Mr. President, I, like Dintswalo, am democracy's child. Born 97, I dare say you are not an honorable man. Your presidency and leadership lack compassion. Mahlong a hao baithuti ba naha ena a se batho.
Sorry, Mme Khau, take your seat. Chief Whip. Yes, honorable members, order. I would like to hear the point of order. Yes, Honorable Khatebe.
Honorable Speaker, the Speaker on the platform has uttered something unparliamentary. She knows very well that the members of the House are honorable members. She cannot come and claim that the president is not honorable. So it's actually the antithesis.
Order! We can't hear.
She must withdraw that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable Member, you realize most that this is a reflection on the person of the president. Will you withdraw this? Honorable members, please. Yes, will you please withdraw?
Honorable Speaker, mahlong a hao baithuti ba naha ena a se batho. Mme diriti tsa rona ha di bohlokwa ho hang.
Honorable member, you are not withdrawing. Kumak, leave the house. Yes, leave. Leave the house. Leave. Leave the house. You are not presiding. I am presiding. Leave.
Honorable Speaker, I said I withdraw. No.
Honorable member Khau, Can you please? No. No. I am presiding now. I am on the chair. No, honorable member. Oh, no, no. Chief Whip of the majority party, lower your hand, please. Lower your hand. Honorable Khau, stand up. Were you refusing to withdraw? What were you, I'm talking to you. What were you saying? Honorable Khau, may I have your attention? Were you withdrawing or not?
Honorable Speaker, I was withdrawing.
You withdrew after I threw you out. Don't repeat that again. When a presiding officer says to you, withdraw, you withdraw. Continue.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. President, mahlong a hao baithuti ba naha ena a se batho, mme diriti tsa rona ha di bohlokwa hohang. Bokamoso ba batho ba batjha bo tsietsing naha ena ho pota fela ha o letho le reng teke ho wena. Qato tsa hao ya o re lebile dipaka hore wa re nyatsa ebile bohloko ba bofuma le ho hloka monyetla ha bo re letho ho wena. Ha ile hantle, as McG would put it, wa re undermine. See, the stealing of NSFAS and DHET money is actually the stealing of money meant to fund poor students who without state funding will not be able to study. The victims of Minister Nzimande, Dr. Khoza, their criminal syndicates and your
Honorable
ANC
member,
government...
I'm sorry, honorable member, take your seat. Take your seat. Yes, honorable member at the back. Honorable members from the right of the House, you are drowning the speakers. We can hardly hear from here. Honorable member, yes?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I wanted to check if the Speaker would like to take a question.
No. Would you like to take a question, Honorable Khau?
As a graduate of NSFAS, I wanted her to answer that question.
As funded by my mother, no.
Do you want to answer that question?
No, Honorable Speaker.
No. Continue then.
See, the victims of Minister Nzimande, Dr. Khoza, their criminal syndicate and your ANC government, Mr. President, are the millions of South African students who have been locked out of doors to tertiary education. The minister has the audacity and arrogance to tell this House and the country that this does not qualify a crisis, yet it is. Mr. President, we have nearly 3.5 million young people aged 15 to 24 years who are not in employment, education, or training, and therefore find themselves in a state of desperation and hopelessness, with some left with no hope but to turn to acts of crime, prostitution, and substance abuse for survival. These are the consequences of the corruption, greed, and maladministration happening within NSFAS, DHET, and the PSET sector right under your nose. See, the disgusting and shameless milking of public funds by ANC cadres and Minister Nzimande have left the state bankrupt, resulting in R1 billion less funding available for students. This translates to 87,000 less students eligible for funding. This is in addition to the over 20,000 students who were defunded in the previous financial year, who today are hopelessly sleeping in the streets, in kitchen floors.
I'm sorry, honorable member. Please take your seat. Yes, honorable Khatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The member knows very well that if she has to bring any issue against a member of the House, she must bring it to a substantive motion. She just said that the Minister of Higher Education has milked the funds of NSFAS.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, you make it difficult for the presiding officer to even hear when a person is calling for an order. Please, honorable members, please lower your voices, please. Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition.
Speaker, the honorable member Khatebe, I think, is mistaken. He keeps referencing rules that are not in session. This is a joint sitting, and none of the times that he stood up, he's made any reference to any of the rules in the joint sitting. He's badgering the speaker and not allowing her to speak. Please, could you intervene?
Honorable member, honorable, thank you, honorable Chief Whip of the opposition party. Honorable member, Khau, take the floor, and please, man, just be mindful of what you say.
Mr. President, students are currently hopelessly sleeping in streets, on kitchen floors, and lecture halls across campuses, unable to register for this academic year. Students have been left hungry, homeless, financially and academically excluded, with appeals running from January to December, and some are facing critical mental health issues as a result of these challenges. And as if this is not enough, they now have tuition and accommodation debt that they must settle before they register this month. And so it is not true when Minister Nzimande says that students can register irrespective of these debts because they cannot. Institutions are saying they can't. So where must these concessions money that institutions are supposed to make come from? Where must students have the money to settle these debts before registrations? And see your appointment of Minister Nzimande, your refusal to fire him, your protection of corrupt cadres not only make you a political accomplice and enabler of the acts of crime, but they make you a cruel man. Re ne re lebelletse hore o tla boulela ka rona, haholoholo because you should have an appreciation for what it means for poor students with their families only shot out of poverty to get funding for tertiary education. The ANC and its alliance is an organization of vultures feasting on the poor. All, however, is not lost. There is hope for young people, students, and South Africa. And the solution right now for the cries of students is firing Minister Nzimande with immediate effect. Mr. President, you have a clear choice to make between championing the best interests of students and the future of South Africa and championing the interests of a syndicate of corrupt politicians and their cronies. And I say, choose students, choose the future of South Africa. See, this can only bring a temporary political solution to the problem because the rot within DHET
Honorable Khau, please take your seat. Yes, point of order, what is it? Honorable Makaka.
Honorable Chief Speaker, I think the member is ready beyond redemption. This member is continuously attacking individual members of this parliament, and there are no different rules of the NCOP and the National Assembly. Therefore, any member cannot just insult and say whatever you want to a member because we are in this joint session. Therefore, this member in the first place, Honorable Speaker, didn't even apologize in the beginning when she attacked and cut aspersion against the minister.
Thank you. Colleagues, now. You are loud. You are making noise. You are very loud. We can hardly hear the speakers. No, you stop it. Please stop it. Shall we please exercise discipline? Right. Honorable member, now, if I may say this to you, Rule 21 under discipline of the joint meeting sittings states that assembly rules apply when it comes to matters of discipline for members of the National Assembly. The same applies to members of the NCOP. I am now making a plea to you that if you have issues which you want to raise, such as the ones you are raising as critical as they are, you please submit a substantive motion. I'm appealing to you. Will you please take the floor and continue?
So what do these solutions look like? They start with a skills audit of all employees in the sector and the replacement of unqualified cadres with qualified, non-politically appointed employees. It includes the investigation and prosecution of all acts of corruption and fraud within the sector, reforming NSFAS and creating a sustainable funding environment in partnership with the private sector, decentralizing the administrative function of NSFAS to institutions of higher learning, scraping the blanket accommodation cap, a free market regulated by the Competition Commission for private student accommodation providers, and public-private partnership for student accommodation. These are solutions in the right step, and they will take us out of the confusion and shambles currently plaguing NSFAS. So I urge each and every young South African to visit check.da.org.za and register to rescue South Africa.
I thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker on the list is Honorable the Minister of Water and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Mr. President and Mr. Deputy President, and all the members of the National Assembly. I would want to join others in expressing our appreciation to His Excellency the President for his State of the Nation address. The story of Tinswalo went very well. It is a positive story. It is a powerful story. It resonates with all of us in the House and outside. But I just want to say, Honorable Mr. Steenhuisen, you could still have been an honorable member, even if you chose to build on what the President had said, the story, instead of trying to destroy it and to be negative. But I want to tell you that you didn't succeed at all. Out of 10, you got 0. The Honorable Groenewald, I listened very carefully yesterday. You conveniently chose to omit COVID-19, which devastated our economy, as if you were somewhere in Germany. But secondly, I noticed that you asked the President what his legacy would be, but you did this without putting your legacy here, so that we can see what your legacy is. And you are older than the President. Now, Chairperson, the President covered the areas of water quite well yesterday, and we appreciate that. The human right to water and sanitation is indeed a recognized principle, emphasizing that access to clean drinking water and sanitation facilities is essential to maintaining human dignity and well-being. The United Nations General Assembly explicitly recognized this right in 2010 through the resolution 64/292, which affirmed the following, as I quote, "The right to safe and clean drinking water and sanitation as a human right that is essential for the full enjoyment of life and all human rights." It is in this context that the denial of basic rights, including water by Israel to Palestinians, became a violation of human rights and should
move and shake the whole world. As per the provisions of our constitution, access to water is a basic human right. Everyone has the right to have access to sufficient food and water. The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within the available resources to achieve progressive realization of each of these rights. As the National Department of Water and Sanitation, we've been and we're working on realizing the right to all South Africans to access clean water. According to Stats South Africa 2023, 98% of the population residing in urban areas, which includes metros and consists of about 5,336 communities representing 64% of the population, have access to basic water supply. 85% of the population living in rural areas, which consists of about 22,570 communities, representing 36% of the population, have access to basic water supply. For the 8 metros in which about 42% of the total population resides, virtually close to 100% have access to basic water, except for intermittent supply at given times. In 1994, 15.2 million people were estimated to have no access to basic water supply, and an estimated of 20.5 million lacked basic sanitation. According to the census 2022, 82.4% of households in the country have access to piped water, either inside their dwelling or inside their yard. Now, this is our Tinswalo. This is great achievement by our country, and it is undeniable. According to our stats as a department, there's been significant progress as 94% of the population have been provided with access to basic water supply, of which 68.3% can be classified as reliable, which is defined as uninterrupted supply for 90% of the time through a fully functional infrastructure system, which is operated and maintained to set standards, supported by an effective governance institution that provides an acceptable quality of water supply that is basic on sustainable water security principle. South Africa has also made large strides in eradicating sanitation backlogs. Households with access to improved sanitation increased from 49% in 1996 to 84.1% in 2023. This demonstrates and represents progress. Municipalities as water service authorities are mandated by our constitution to ensure that residents and industries are supplied with water and sanitation services to meet the national minimum norms and standards. It is well known that some municipalities in the country are struggling a little bit to do just this. They lack technical support, lack effective O&M, and lack infrastructure. These are but just a few challenges that that is plaguing them. So there are weaknesses out there, there are challenges out there, and may I submit that in Naisna, people are getting water, albeit the problems that are there, they are being supplied by tankering and so on. I would have preferred that the Honorable Premier of the Western Cape spoke about Tswana, and I think we want to speak about Tswana. There, 38 people died because of Rooiwal. And we said to the mayor then, allow us to fix Rooiwal. And the mayor there said, no, we want your money, not you, meaning me. We would have prevented what happened in Tswana. So I think the whole country must focus on Tswana, not on Naisna. As a department, we are assisting and engaging municipalities to deliver on their mandates. We understand that as the National Department of Sanitation, Water and Sanitation, we have an overall responsibility to ensuring that bulk water that we provide
is ultimately consumed by citizens of the country. Since the Water and Sanitation Summit back in 2022, we've gradually shifted our attention to building, to renewing, and in some cases refurbishing and upgrading water and sanitation infrastructure. In our view, various initiatives are bearing fruit with positive signs of water service authorities and the private sector coming on board. There are legislative reforms underway in both the Water Service Act and the National Act. Section 63 of the Water Service Act will be amended to enable the minister to enforce the separation of water service function from the municipal administration, wherein persistent failures are at the order of the day, so that we are able to intervene directly to deal with this matter. Mr. President, in the State of the Nation address, in counting projects, water projects, you referred to the Soto Highlands water project. We confirm there's dust and mud there. You also made reference to other projects, but I want to add the following. Lutege water scheme in the Eastern Cape in Alfred Nzo, there is dust and mud there. Welbedag pipeline to Mangaung, there is dust and mud there. We're halfway. Somo Regional Bulk Water Supply Scheme, which is a centralized treatment plant to feed Somo Town, surrounded by villages up to Engobo villages, and Krisane and District Municipality, and Ngamago and Butterworth, all in those areas. Under Amatol is a cross-boundary scheme, and I'm just talking about it because it's a large scheme that is worth noting. But we also have another large scheme in Umkanyagute, which was known for a long time as an area where there's fifth largest dam, but we're not able to supply people with water. We are supplying, and when the president went there, he didn't open a tap, as some sought to say. He opened that tap, but there were many other taps that were there in the village. And I think the DA need to advise Mr. Papas, the mayor of Umgen, to mind his business there and not to cross there and go to other areas. Now we agree with the idea that Treasury was putting forward regarding the change of local government grants from Schedule B, 5B to 6B. We will be looking at the matter so that we improve expenditure for these grants on water infrastructure. We are aware that is a constitutional requirement that allocations of the department are meant for direct transfers. However, given the many problems, the department intends to gradually work on strengthening and supporting municipalities so that they build capacity within the sector. The department has established the Water Service, the Water Partnership Office with 5 programs, but we're going beyond these 5 programs that we're working on with DPSA. We are now engaging DPSA and other private organizations and private business to invest in the water sector. And we are seeing positive signs from them as we package various entry possibilities for the business to enter the sector and assist us in building infrastructure.
Honorable
Lastly,
member, time is up.
The department is working with everybody in making sure that we
Thank
move
you.
forward with this particular job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker will be the Honorable Khadebe N.
Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, the President, IFP Leader in Parliament and President, Honorable VF Hlabisa, today we find ourselves in the midst of a political narrative that seems to have lost touch with the reality. To the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, thank you for finally breaking your silence. In spite of your political principle being quite the chatterbox lately, overshadowing your ceremonial duties. We expected, perhaps naively, that in your response to the President's honor, you would have highlighted the tremendous hardship the people of KZN have recently been put through. More than any other premier, you should have spoken about the effects of the devastating floods, the hunger-inducing blackouts, and the ANC-coordinated civil unrest has had on our people. Disappointingly, you used your allocated time to weave a fictional tale that is a figment of your imagination. Instead of acknowledging the harsh truth, you claimed that the IFP has never contributed to changing the lives of the people or fought against the scourge of HIV and AIDS. Therefore, allow me to present the facts that you seem to have conveniently forgotten. As far back as 2002, the IOL has recorded that Premier Lionel Mtshali, a stalwart of the IFP, announced the provision of antiretroviral drugs to HIV-positive pregnant mothers in state hospitals. This was not just a promise, it was a demonstration of the IFP's commitment to providing real health care solutions to our people. Sadly, the same standard is not upheld in ANC-led provinces, where the public is deliberately misled with concoction of lies. Honorable Chairperson, what the Premier should have said in response to the President is acknowledgement of the hard work the IFP is currently doing in municipalities it governs. For example, in the Alfred Duma municipality after the 2021 local government elections, when the IFP took over, we knew that we would have to find practical solutions to the mountain of problems left by the ANC government. We did not shy away from the challenge. We took it head on as a testament to the servant leadership our late founder, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, instilled in us. Foremostly, we recognize the need for constructive community cohesion and participation in addressing their needs, which is why we have rehabilitated the all-important infrastructure in various wards, because we travel the same roads as our people and share the frightening lived experience on them. We prioritized the repair of roads that were beyond the normal scope of maintenance as left by a negligent ANC government. We recognize the difficulties faced by women in providing daily meals to their families by providing female informal traders with vouchers. In 2023, this municipality, as well as King Cetshwayo district, assisted 200 matriculants with registration fees, which in 2024 will increase to 300. But don't take it from us. Ask the KZN Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs for proof, as they have listed Alfred Duma municipality as the third cleanest municipality in 2024, with the first and second cleanest also going to the IFP-run municipalities. In the King Cetshwayo district municipality, where our premier candidate, the Honorable 18 Tuli, is from, the facts speak for themselves. He has supplied and installed several. So, Honorable Chairperson, the tale told by the ANC once again leaves all of us and the public to ponder what reality the ANC government lives in, other than to spin malicious, distasteful, and false propaganda to cover up its own criminality.
Honorable Atebe, don't do that. Don't repeat that. You are wrong. Thank you. Honorable members, I now invite the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable President and Deputy President, Honorable Speaker and members of the House. Like Zionism, racism was a particular form of a system that sought to perpetuate discrimination. In our own country, this discrimination was against the blacks in a form of coloreds, Indian and African. It was meant to benefit only the white. So we are on the journey to address the legacy of apartheid colonialism. The Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kaukau spoke about the NFSAS. It's fine, thank you. When she spoke about NFSAS, she forgets that there was no NFSAS before. And that NFSAS came with this African National Congress. But let me be quick to summarize this point. Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition, let me be honest to you. I did tell some of your colleagues who have been there before, like they treat people from Eastern Cape in Western Cape. You yourself, they treat you, honorable member, like a refugee in the DH. It has been so for all others. There was once Lindy Wemazibugo, and she left. The list is long. So I wouldn't want to waste time, except to assure you that not long, you will be also ejected. Honorable Hatebe and the entire honorable members who speak about issues of KZN, I'm not going to be long on that issue. Again, ngisho nje into eyodwa ukuthi u-honorable premier uyibeke kahle. Wayichaza ukuthi i-development yabonakala ngohulumeni we-ANC. Ngoba ngesikhathi senu niphethe from 94 to 2004, naningafuni kufaka ugesi, nithi ugesi uzoqopha inkomo. Kwakuyinina. And thanks to Honorable Hatebe for quoting and referring to the late former Premier Mchali. When the 4x4 led by ANC ministers, it was the former Premier Mchali who chastised them and said, "Nikijima kangaka nje kujahweni." Leyo kwakuyintuthuko elethwa yi-ANC ebantwini. Honorable members, the story of the children of democracy, narrated by His Excellency President Ramaphosa, didn't only capture the imagination of the nation, but received a number of endorsements from the youth and old, urban and rural, who have witnessed the ANC-led government changing their life. Honorable President, unlike what naysayers want us to believe, this House is today blessed by the presence of two ladies from here in Western Cape. The first is Zanele Ngwenya, who owns Izingwenya Plant Hire. The second is Yvonne Mukone, who owns Yvonne Mukone Construction. Both of them are beneficiaries of our program, the Contractor Development Program under the CIDP. This program, Malbongwe, this program has benefited more than 1,500 young people in the construction industry who are now owning their companies. When Ms. Ngwenya joined this program, her company was at grade C1, and today it's at grade C5. When Ms. Mukone joined this program, her company was in grade C2. It is now in grade 5. This is the change that has been brought by this ANC government. Among those who can attest to the progress and delivery of the ANC-led government are the youth of Umkambatini local municipality, where the president launched 11 Welisizwe bridges built in KwaZulu-Natal. The same feeling resonates with that of the people of Limpopo, Free State, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Northwest, who have seen the ANC connecting communities through these Welisizwe bridges. Indeed, Mr. President, we are going to complete by the end of May the 96 bridges for this first financial year. When the President launched the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan, he underscored that infrastructure will be a flywheel for economic recovery. Since 2020, the infrastructure project portfolio has grown from 50 to 126 gazetted projects. The infrastructure fund is now operational with an aggregate capital value of 66 billion. The projects supported by infrastructure program do not only contribute to provision of services, but also create jobs. A total of 139 billion has been invested in water projects. About 79 projects have been gazetted under energy, amounting to 1.4 trillion. 16 projects have been gazetted under transport sector. 6 have been completed already, which include the N1 Pulukwane East Ring Road Phase 2, the N1 Ventersburg to Kronstadt, the N3 Ketso Ridge in Durban, the N2 EB Klute interchange. Work is progressing well in packaging the project, which is Project Ukuvuselela, that is about transporting vehicles from Pretoria to Kucha in Eastern Cape. On the high-speed train, as mentioned by the President, while the first project will be on the Johannesburg to Durban route, there is already a plan to ensure simultaneous planning and execution of Johannesburg to Limpopo high-speed train, as well as the one from Tshwane to Mbombela. It is only the ANC that plans for the entire country. Let's leave no one behind. Under Operation Pakisa, the Department of Public Works has invested more than 500 million on the repair and maintenance of fishing harbors. These are in Eastern Cape. We are working together with the Chinese government. We have offered an in-kind grant to conduct the feasibility study for the construction of small harbors in Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, as a country of corruption and shoddy workmanship, we managed to blacklist 7 companies from doing work with the state. We have recovered land to the value of more than 145 million that was transferred illegally from the state. Madam Speaker, here in Western Cape, there are still hidden and painful stories of communities who live in the forest villages. Most of them have received literally no support from both the provincial government and local government under the DA. As the department, we are intervening to ensure that these communities living in forest villages eventually are allocated land and get proper services. As we give land back to communities, we are shocked to learn that suddenly some municipalities like Stellenbosch municipality want to charge those people for that land. It is a land that comes from us as the department, and no municipality will be allowed to charge communities for the land we are transferring freely. Indeed, the life of a black person in Western Cape is still miserable. We are continuing with optimizing on the portfolio, on the property portfolio of the department. We are rolling out Operation Bring Back, and ensure that all state assets, including including properties, are optimized for the state to acquire more funds. Through the Triple P, a number of buildings will be advertised for renovate, operate, and transfer before the end of February this year. To alleviate energy, we are steaming ahead with the Integrated Resource Efficiency and Renewable Energy Program, wherein we are putting alternative energy in all government buildings. We are going to ensure that this program is finalized and the winning bidder will be announced before the end of May 2024. Only the ANC has a plan for all South Africa, and only the ANC leaves no one behind. Let us unite in decisive action to defend the gains of freedom and advance a better life for all. As I said, there are those who still believe that apartheid can come back. They say people from Eastern Cape are refugees when they come here. These are people who still harbor racism because they believe that Group Areas Act was correct. They benefited from that racial system, and they still believe that they can still benefit even now. It cannot happen. Maybe to conclude, Honorable Leader of the IFP yesterday asked the question, made a statement that it was not only the ANC that fought for freedom. We want to accept that correct statement. Iqiniso. Kodwa leli qiniso aliphelele honorable member. Phakathi aliphelelanga. Sababona befundisi belwela inkululeko.
Honorable member.
Sababona abazalwane nabasebenzi belwela
Member,
inkululeko.
your time
Abantu
is up.
esingababonanga emzabalazweni iningi.
Honorable
Asikaze sinibone emzabalazweni wenkululeko
Honorable member.
kwaze kwafika u-1994.
Honorable member, your time is up. Your time is up. Exactly, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. The next on the line is Honorable C. Tlolo. Honorable C. Tlolo.
Mr. President, ke ema mo pele ga ntlo e gompieno ke bua ke emetse boitshoko monate le Luyanda Mphandle. Makawana a mabedi a latlhegetswe ke matshelo a bone morago ga go wela mo forong ya metsi e ka fa tlase ga taolo ya lefapha la metsi le kgelelo leswe kwa motseng wa Magogong Diplankeng kwa masepaleng wa Greater Taung province ya Bokone Bophirima. Foro eno ya leso e gapile matshelo a bana leruo mo le bagolo. Le fa ba bega dikgang ba SABC le Newsroom Africa ba begile ka ga foro eno, puso ya gago ya ANC e reteletswe ke go tsibogela le go kopana le baagi ba motse ono wa Magogong Diplankeng go neelana ka metlhale ya go dira gore foro eno e seke ya gapa matshelo a mangwe gape. Kgangkgolo e le go tlisa metsi mo motseng ono, Honorable Mkhunu. Mme ke yone puso e baagi ba Bokone Bophirima ba e tlwaetseng mo tlase ga lekoko la ANC. Puso e senang sepe le tlhokomelo, tokafatso le ka go sešwa ya mafaratlhatlha mo metsemagaeng le makeišene go rala province ya Bokone Bophirima. Tragic how these communities will suddenly see the emergence of ANC politicians lavishly driving up and down the gravel and pothole-riddled roads that these communities use on a daily basis because ANC municipalities, provincial departments, and national departments have continuously failed to spend their allocated budgets towards quality road infrastructure in these communities. What is even more tragic, Mr. President, is that you and your ministers have stood before this House and have spoken about how infrastructure plays a crucial role in the development and growth of South Africa. You have spoken about how well-developed infrastructure is essential towards economic growth, social progress, and overall competitiveness. In 2023, The ANC-governed Northwest Province allocated a paltry 5.9 billion towards infrastructure. This pales in comparison to the 32.57 billion that the DA-governed Western Cape government allocated to infrastructure over the 2023 MTEF. This to be spent on transport infrastructure, provision of housing opportunities, as well as boost education and health infrastructure. The reality, however, Mr. President, is that South Africa's entire infrastructure is on the verge of collapse. Prof. William Gumede attributes this to the following: lack of infrastructure maintenance, corruption in dodgy BEE companies, and cadre deployment. All this under the watchful eye of a president who puts his party's interests first and those of the country and its people last. Only the removal of your ANC, Mr. President, and the introduction of a DA model of good governance will rescue South Africa from complete collapse. With criminality the order of the day in the construction sector, can you, Mr. President, care to tell our country how you decided to appoint a minister who has fundamentally legitimized the works of the construction mafia in Zigalala? We know from a recent report by the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime that the disruption and blockages of construction sites cost the economy over 68 billion.
Honorable
This will
member,
rise even further.
Honorable
because
Member Sitlolo, please take a seat. Honorable Member, there's a point of order. Honorable Shikunga.
Speaker, umkhulumi lapha phambili uthi uMinister uZikalala usebenza kanye nabonayo. So ngicabanga ukuthi lokho akafanele ukusho, kufanele alethe i-substantive motion uma ngabe ezosho njalo. Ukhuluma kabi ngaye, ngicabanga ukuthi akaku-withdrawe lokho.
Thank you very Honorable Shikunga. Honorable, what did you say? Would you please repeat what you said? I didn't hear you. Honorable Sitlolo, did you say the minister legitimizes the work of the mafia?
Allegedly, Honorable Speaker, is what I said. Allegedly.
Yes? You did? Allegedly. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
You did say?
Allegedly.
Okay, continue then.
Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable members, yes, Honorable Zakude. Take your seat, Honorable Sitlolo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The allegedly part of it, he is adding it now. I would suggest that you go through Hansard and make the relevant decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zakute. Honorable Sitlolo, hlala phansi. Honorable Skwatsha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to ask Honorable Sitlolo whether he knows about MMC boy who is involved with the mafias from the city of Cape Town.
Honorable Member Skwatsha, Honorable Skwatsha, it's not a point of order, man. Hlala phansi that. Honorable, no, I won't allow you. I see a flurry of hands at the back. Please, honorable members, if these are not points of order, you can have a conversation with him outside. Honorable Sitlolo, please continue.
Honorable Speaker, this will rise even further because Zigalala's National Forum on the Construction Mafia was nothing but another ANC-sponsored talk shop that excluded critical stakeholders. A talk shop endorsed by you, Mr. President, because despite the economic damage...
Honorable Sitlolo, Honorable Sitlolo, uthini manje? Uthini ngoku? Uthini manje tata? No, man, don't do that. Please. You did not even withdraw.
Honorable Speaker, let me rephrase Let me rephrase. This will rise even further because Minister Zigalala's National Forum on the Construction Mafia was nothing but another ANC-sponsored talk shop that excluded critical stakeholders. A talk shop endorsed by you, Mr. President, because despite the economic damage caused by the works of these mafias, you said absolutely nothing about them, therefore legitimizing their work. Constitutional amendment bill that sought to amend Section 25 of the Constitution to allow for expropriation without compensation. Your comrades are now shamelessly trying to use expropriation bill currently before the NCOP to bring expropriation of land without compensation in the back door. By giving the Minister of Public Works the power to expropriate property, and I quote, in the public interest, and that the initial offer of compensation should be made by the expropriating authority, the expropriation bill represents a material dilution of property rights and must be rejected in its entirety. Meneer de President, die wanbestuur van die Saldanha Bay hawe is wel bekend. Die wanbestuur daarvan deur die Departement Openbare Werke en Infrastruktuur plus 3000 werksgeleenthede en 'n 450 miljoen ekonomie op risiko. Tog, ten spyte van hierdie risiko, het u minister geweier om die bestuurbevoeghede van hierdie hawe na die Saldanha Bay munisipaliteit af te wendel. 'n Munisipaliteit wat onder burgemeester Andre Bram Troeter onlangs uitgesonder is as een van die beste bestuurde munisipaliteite in die land. Teenstrydig met wat minister gesê het, lei u 'n party wat nie omgee vir die beskerming van werksgeleenthede en vir ekonomiese groei deur bevoegde munisipaliteite toe te laat om dit te doen wat die ANC geval het om te doen. It is for this exact reason that the Western Cape Provincial Powers Bill was introduced. To devolve powers such as policing, public transport, energy and harbors to the province in order for government to start to actually work for the people. It is therefore befitting that this is your last SONA and a dear government stands ready to get South Africa working again. We are ready to say we are ready to rid South Africans from a rotten ANC government, and we stand ready to rescue South Africa once and for all. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite the Honorable Gancho.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Chief Whip of the NCOP, members of this House, happy Valentine's Day. Honorable members, the African National Congress is the only political party that is consistent with its policy imperatives that have found expression in the Constitution of the country. From the ANC policies, we have enshrined environmental rights in Section 24 of the Constitution that guarantees a protected environment that is not harmful to the health and to the well-being of our citizens. The National Environmental Management Act is the cornerstone legislation that we have established to prevent pollution and ecological degradation, promote conservation and advance ecological sustainable development and use of our natural resources while promoting justifiable economic and social development. Honorable members, the climate change bill passed by National Assembly last year is a progressive legislation that is directly ushering a proactive and coordinated response to the realities of climate change towards a more sustainable and climate resilient future. The climate change bill, together with the Carbon Act, will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promote a low carbon economy faster than anticipated. These instruments will help us achieve our constitutionally protected environmental rights and the commitments under the Paris Agreement to transition our economy activities to net zero by 2050 as inclusively and sustainably. Honorable members, while we were conducting public hearings on climate change bill, communities called for establishment of climate financing to aid the climate response
Mr. President, you have responded during SONA and announced the establishment of Climate Change Response Fund. The establishment of this fund will complement and support the climate response work in provinces and municipalities as captured in Clause 15A of Climate Change Bill. Honorable Speaker, funding is going to be very critical when it comes to the success of implementation of the Climate Change Bill. Honorable President, we are concerned that developed countries are not honoring their climate finance pledges. And by complicating processes of accessing these funds, which disadvantages developing countries such as ours, to a certain extent, their reluctance undermines our climate response efforts and exposes our communities to climate disasters. Honorable members, while finances are a major part of climate action, the bill is bringing in all stakeholders through forums, inclusive of all three spheres of government, businesses and community representatives, to ease communication, planning, and coordination of climate change response action that will mitigate disasters while building preparedness. In April 2020, Mr. President, you said that our economic strategy going forward will require a social compact among role players, business, labor, community, and government to restructure the economy and achieve inclusive growth. The Presidential Climate Commission will be very instrumental, not only as an advisory body, but an additional monitoring and oversight layer to ensure the country's transitions. To ensure the country's transitions and no one is left behind. We will realize long-term just transition vision and a low carbon and climate resilient economy and society. Our transition has already begun. We need to harness more renewable energy sources. We need to adopt more sustainable agriculture practices, waste reduction through reuse and recycling, and promotion of green manufacturing, eco-friendly transportation, and sustainable tourism, and green infrastructure development. Honorable members, the 54th National Conference of the ANC emphasized expanding participation in our ocean economy's value chain for job creation, economic growth, and investment attraction. We need to use the blend of Operation Pakisa and restructure and recovery plan to unlock the potential of our nation's economy through strategic investment in key sectors like fisheries, ebekade idominatwa ngaba bantu, small harbour development, governance, and capacity building. The importance of fisheries sector underscores the need for political determination to drive its transformation, including crucial investments in small harbors, local economic development, supporting fishing, tourism, and social economic impact. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Mr. President, your leadership, by prioritizing these sectors and allocating resources, we will drive economic growth. We will foster innovation and ensure sustainable development. These investments will stimulate industrialization, will meet domestic demands, and link our economy to the African and global value chains. And most importantly, it will respond to poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Phambi kokuba ngihlale phansi, Speaker, ndifuna uza nje kwabandlebe ezikhanya ilanga. Kudala ningcola nicela amaxoxo kwesi stage. Kudala nisingcolela ngo-2024 nisithi makafike. Ufikile, Honorable Chief, ku-2024 sizawudibana phaya etshatshalazeni. Le ngxolo beniyenza apha ayizokunisebenzela. I-ANC izawubuya. Othi Tswalo baza kunibonisa, baza kuyivotela i-African National Congress. Enkosi.
I thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Kancho. Thank you, Honorable Kanjo. I now invite the Honorable T. Luwate.
Madam Speaker, the President's speech indicates where our country should have been. Unfortunately, we are still very far back, and worse still, we are regressing. Speaker, in 1994, apartheid was ended, but no real dent was made since then on apartheid's hegemonic nastiness. The special segregation enforced by the Group Areas Act of 1950. The apartheid-era townships where approximately 40% of the working age population and 60% of the country's poor and unemployed reside. Initially designed as dormitories to meet the labor requirements of the mining industry and the apartheid economy, they continue to manifest limited economic opportunities. The people, therefore, have to compete for a share in minibus taxis, taverns, and temporary work offerings. Townships lack diverse economic activities and formal job opportunities. High unemployment rates persist there, and residents hardly have upward mobility and economic or financial stability. Essential services such as water, sanitation, and electricity are insufficient. Poor road networks and inadequate public transportation affect mobility and economic participation. The production of urban spirals and new development further away from economic centers condemn people with low incomes to the high cost of transportation from mega wages and salaries. Furthermore, a significant percentage of township residents lack the necessary skills for entrepreneurship and formal employment. Access to quality education and vocational training remains a challenge for township dwellers. Broadband connectivity and entry into the fourth industrial revolution remains a mirage. In many of these townships, like Diepsloot, Danone, Botshabelo, and Oliphanthout, amongst others, high crime rates prevail, exacerbated by gangsterism, mob justice, inadequate policing, and limited community safety measures. The people have been left in the lurch by the criminal justice system. There is overcrowding, inadequate health services, and no significant effort for revitalization and social upliftment where the majority live. There is no redress to most of the people living in townships from the ANC's government. And the appalling legacy of apartheid continues to haunt the people who are forcibly dumped to these areas. Now, what will COPE do when given a strong mandate after the elections? We shall prioritize urgent attention to the challenges of growing urbanization, immigration, and climate change. We shall implement sustainable programs to improve the economic conditions in townships, to achieve social cohesion, employment creation, and environmental improvement and sustainability. Unlike your party, who are howling now, keeping people trapped in poverty and underdevelopment with social grants and cost packages, COPE shall ensure that we increase the quality and quantity of the middle class family. They deserve better. As for you, Mr. President, you will realize that the ANC dismally failed the people of South Africa. Kinako, change has to come now, and I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Luwate. I now invite the Honorable S. Graham.
My fellow South Africans, in the last 30 years of ANC government, we've moved from the magnificent promise of a rainbow nation to the halcyon days of the Mandela era. Via the turbid waters of the Zuma years, emerging into the black hole of the Ramaphosa presidency. With each phase, our country became more impoverished, morally, socially, and financially. Poorly implemented policies coupled with endemic corruption have been instrumental in perpetuating poverty. Our education, health, and social development institutions are failing. Our SOEs are collapsing. Crime is out of control. Unemployment is escalating. And the energy crisis remains the overarching mother of all failures. Entrenched poverty is the ANC's legacy. And with the pervasive moral poverty that has beset the governing party and the ANC believes that they can lie to us and get away with it. A case in point is the ongoing lies about load shedding being on the verge of being resolved. Mr. President, you perpetuated this lie last week. Within hours of your promises, the country was plunged back into stage 4, and in less than 24 hours, we were back at stage 6. And while we continue to lurch between stages, Minister Ramaphosa insists that load shedding is pretty much resolved. But you and your comrades would not fully appreciate the gravity of this as you remain unaffected in your taxpayer-funded ministerial homes using taxpayer-funded generators fueled by taxpayer-funded diesel. No wonder Honorable Lucas doesn't think that load shedding is the end of the world. In January, Minister Ramaphosa informed the country that Eskom had made great strides and that energy availability had exceeded demand. What he omitted was that this was not as a result of Eskom's performance, but was actually due to a drop in demand, mainly attributable to private rooftop solar that was taking the pressure off the power utility. The reality was that Eskom was actually producing less electricity in January of 2024 than it had produced in January 2023 during stages 5 and 6 of load shedding. The ANC government has lied about the causes of the energy crisis. Unable to admit to their own ineptitude, short-sightedness, and corruption, ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula, the quintessential Pinocchio of politics, has blamed inter alia, state capture, the Just Energy Transition Program, Andre de Ruyter, and most recently sabotage for causing load shedding. 26 years ago, the government was warned that there would be insufficient electricity to meet demand by 2007. They ignored the warning. Load shedding started in 2007 and is now a permanent fixture of our lives. And while the lies keep coming, the energy crisis is systematically destroying our economy, with the cost of load shedding for 2023 estimated to have been around 1.6 trillion rand. But load shedding does not just have a direct financial cost. There are other impacts that cannot be as easily assessed and measured. The corner car wash that cannot operate during load shedding, so the employees cannot get paid. The spaza shop that is to close its doors during blackouts because it's too dark to monitor shoplifting. The small manufacturing businesses reliant on electricity that are forced to close down as they cannot meet production targets to break even. Retailers forced to spend millions on diesel for generators who have to offset that cost by passing it on to the consumer or by reducing their workforce. Cable theft that occurs during load shedding, that it leaves entire communities without power for extended periods and costs local government hundreds of thousands of rands to replace, money that they could use for service delivery. As awful as this is, there are solutions, and there is anecdotal evidence that these solutions are viable. The Democratic Alliance, in its blueprint for government, has outlined a number of mechanisms, both short and long term, that will resolve the energy crisis. Short term, we need to be insulating our poor and vulnerable communities against the worst effects of load shedding. Load shedding relief packs, such as those recently donated by the Western Cape government to GBV shelters, can assist organizations at the coalface of societal distress to navigate through blackouts in order to protect those in their care. By extending the 75,000 Rand tax rebate for the installation of private solar systems, we will not only continue to reduce daytime electricity demand, but we will convert consumers into prosumers through the Cash for Electricity initiative, which is already operational in the Western Cape. The unbundling of Eskom and privatization of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution will be a primary focus of our government. The faster that we can reduce the monopoly of this monolithic ode to centralization of state power, the faster we will address the energy crisis. Chasing megawatts in a singular entity is clearly not enough. Mr. President, it has been exactly a year since you announced your new Minister of Electricity and your government's commitment to ending the load shedding crisis. It has been the worst year of load shedding in our history. So I'm here to tell you that despite the ANC's lies, South Africans are trying to remain optimistic. We want to believe in the dream of a better country for everyone. But every time the lights go out, our hope dims further and the resentment burns brighter because you and your government have failed us all. It is time for the Democratic Alliance to step in to rescue South Africa before there's nothing left to rescue. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite the Honorable, the Premier of the Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Speaker of the National Assembly. Let me also greet the Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency, the President of South Africa and the Deputy President. Let me greet ministers and deputy ministers. I saw some of my colleagues who are here, premiers of provinces, honorable members of the National Assembly and NCOP, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last lap of the sixth administration, but not the end of incumbency of the governing party. In 2020, the country and the world was struck by the COVID-19 pandemic. That same year, our Honorable President Ramaphosa likened gender-based violence and femicide to a second pandemic confronting our country. Now, today, in this House, we are struck by a third pandemic called loss of memory. In Afrikaans, hulle noem dit as geheueverlies. The loss of memory pandemic is due to deliberate misremembering and distortions of the South African development journey. The character, Tintswalo, that the President spoke about serves to remind us of the comprehensive interventions by government. The life of Tintswalo represents the cumulative impact of government policy interventions. This is a real life story of many young South Africans. To be a graduate today in South Africa is no longer an exclusive preserve of the rich and affording households. Today, I have as our special guest our own Tintswalo from the Northern Cape province. We've got Eugene Makates, there he is. It's our own Tintswalo from the Northern Cape. A first graduate in his family, very dynamic, upfront, and unapologetic young man. He was born in 1993, is from a female-headed household. As a result, was a beneficiary of the Child Support Grant. Was raised in an RDP house, attended a no-fee Pescodia High School that provided him with 2 free meals a day. He received a bursary from the Premier's office and NSFAS and completed his Bachelor in Education at Solplaatje University. and now is a teacher at the same high school he attended and is also pursuing his honors degree. There's thousands of young people with similar accounts in the Northern Cape. The ones with loss of memory will not even recognize them. Honorable Speaker, in 2019, the provincial government articulated a vision to build a modern, growing, and successful province. We remain committed to ensuring that we realize each of the three pillars of this vision, particularly focusing on health and education. The victims of false memory pandemic know very well that in 1995, the Human Development Index of South Africa was a mere 0.66, and now it's 0.727, which represents high Human Development Index. This is as a result of increased access to better quality public education, increased access to healthcare, and increase in the income of poor households. The Northern Cape is now one of the 6 provinces in the country with an HDI above 0.70, which is a clear indication of improvement in human development. The percentage of persons aged 20 years and older with no schooling in the Northern Cape declined from 22.7% in 1996 to 6.7% in 2022. This means that we have exponentially increased access to education with a total learner enrollment exceeding for the first time 300,000 in 554 schools this year. Over the past 3 years, our grade 12 results cumulatively recorded 10% increase from 66% in 2020 to 76% in 2023. Madam Speaker, we have improved access to provision of healthcare services in the Northern Cape. Life expectancy in the province increased for both males and females. Males saw an increase from 51 to 58 years, and females saw an increase from 55 to 64 years. The infant mortality rate has decreased to 16.1% per 1,000 live births. This is way below the SDG 3.2, which aims to achieve below 25 per 1,000 live births by 2030. The improvements in healthcare provision to our people can be largely attributed to increased access to the 189 healthcare facilities across the province. Madam Speaker, we agree with the President that infrastructure development is a flywheel for growth. Our unprecedented spending on public infrastructure, which includes new hospitals, new clinics, new schools, new libraries, new roads, and human settlements since 2019 to date, stands at 14.8 billion rand. Despite the energy and logistics structural constraints, the economy of the Northern Cape is on a positive growth trajectory. In 2019, the GDP per region was standing at 94 billion and now stands at over 134 billion, just 4 years in a row. This has not been a jobless growth. During the second quarter of 2020, 255,000 people were employed in the province, and now when we wake up tomorrow morning, there's 333,000 people that will be going to work. This number exceeds the pre-COVID figures of employment, with unemployment now standing at 26.3%. I heard my colleague from the Western Cape saying that Western Cape has got the lowest unemployment rate. But we should not be ahistorical about that. Even when the ANC was in power here, the Western Cape had the lowest unemployment in the country. So if we are ahistoric about it, we will continue to throw these figures and decontextualize them. The implementation of the catalytic projects, such as Special Economic Zone, Buchuberg's Bayport, the Green Hydrogen Project, and the Katu Industrial Park will permanently change the socio-economic landscape of the province and increase job opportunities. The major contributing factor to unemployment in the Northern Cape is the low skills base. During March, in collaboration with Mersita, we will launch the Skills Development and Bursary Program amounting to 210 million rand, benefiting more than 2,000 young people. Since 2019, our partnership with CITAS has benefited 14,800 young people in the province. Through the Premier's Bursary Fund, we have already assisted 530 deserving young people from the province that pursue studies in scarce skills areas and had written off 154 million in their outstanding debt. The Solplaatje University just had its 10th anniversary celebration and is a significant landmark in Kimberley with a student population of more than 5,200. The university is also a draw card for skills development in the province. I think it was 2 years back, Honorable Speaker, I was listening to one of the members from the opposition benches saying that the Solplaatje University is not more than a decorated high school. We took that as an insult in the Northern Cape. And I would invite that member just to go and witness the kind of development that is taking place in building that university. And today it's a significant landmark in Kimberley. Madam Speaker, the provincial government has a very progressive procurement regime. The total spent on goods and services over the past 4 years amounts to 26 billion rand. Of the 26 billion rand, 5 billion was spent on women and women-owned suppliers. 1.5 billion rand was spent on young people. 51 million, which we need to improve on, was spent on people living with disabilities. The total spent on Black-owned suppliers amount to 15 billion rand, which is 58% of our procurement. An amount of 14 billion rand was spent on small businesses because we appreciate the role that small businesses play in ensuring that we've got vibrancy and dynamism in the provincial economy. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency President Ramaphosa initiated the annual Presidential Investment Conference to realize 1.2 trillion investment over a period of 5 years. 70 billion rand of this investment was made in the Northern Cape in energy and mining. Some of these major investments were Vedanta, PMG Orion, Unigreen, Scatec, and Aqua. Now we are at the forefront of driving investment in green hydrogen, and we have launched a green hydrogen master plan. Madam Speaker, we committed ourselves to sound financial management. We have significantly improved our audit outcomes and cut unnecessary wastages. We continue to render support to our municipalities for sound financial management and accountability.
Honorable Premier.
The support
Sorry, your
initiative
time is up.
includes, amongst others, Operation Clean Audit.
Honorable
Thank you
Premier.
very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I thank you. I now invite the Honorable Hendricks to take the floor.
President Ramaphosa, minutes after your sauna, the SABC wanted a score out of 10. I had to duck and dive. After all, in Parliament, you told the nation you will cheer for Al Jamaa, as Al Jamaa does not have members of Parliament to cheer. The reporter nagged me for a score, and I gave you 6 out of 10. But today, President, I give you 10 out of 10. A round of applause. Ten out of 10 because President Ramaphosa, you revived the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and giving it life by using internationally recognized institutions, in this case the International Court of Justice, for interim measures to put an end to the genocide in Gaza. You went further and laid a criminal charge at another international court, the International Criminal Court, that a warrant of arrest for war crimes be laid against Netanyahu. Yesterday, you asked the ICJ to stop genocide in Rafah. President Ramaphosa, you have done South Africa proud more than any other South African leader with your support for the convention and the declaration. At this point in our history, it is befitting to pay tribute to all the Palestinian resistance movements led by Hamas, like we pay tribute to the resistance movements led by the ANC for the freedoms we enjoy today. You talk about arrest warrants, President. Arrest warrants for complicity must also be issued in South Africa to religious leaders like a respected rabbi and organizations like the board and the federation. These organizations, President, must be shut down. Political parties who support genocide do not deserve space on the ballot paper. I vote for the DA, ACDP, Freedom Front Plus, and their allies will be a vote for complicity and non-compliance with the Convention on Genocide and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Al Jamaa unambiguously stated that we will never forget those South African political parties like the DA, ACDP, Freedom Front Plus, Patriotic Alliance, Babusha, and others for having pledged their brazen support for the Zionist state's agenda and continuing to commit their audacious acts of genocide despite the ICJ's categorical
Honorable
judgment.
Hendricks, there's a point of order. Will you take the chair, please? Take a seat. Honorable member at the back.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising here on a point of order to the leader of the opposition, who indicated through gestures that the speaker on the floor is mad. And he's still laughing at it because he's actually degradating. That's the order, Chair.
Thank you.
The one with no metric.
Thank you.
Generally,
Honorable leader of the opposition party, did you do that? No, honorable member, please. Honorable leader of the opposition party, did you do that other than scratching your head? No, honorable member. Order. Honorable member, I expect you to do better than that. If that is what you did, I expect you to do better than that. You are a leader of a political party. Honorable member, Honorable Steenhuisen, I expect you to do better than that. I didn't hear, what's your response? No, it's not done, Honorable Member. Order! Honorable Stenhazen, you know what? At times as we grew up, as you were talking, people would use their hands, talking you down and creating an impression that what you are saying, the truth you are saying, is madness in your head. Don't do it. Don't do it, Honorable Member. Don't repeat it. There are no members who have taken the floor who are mad in this house. No, Honorable Member. Honorable Member Stenhazen, you may take it light, but actually it is wrong. Yes, because you are suggesting that the member is mad. He is not mad. He is simply addressing the House and is speaking the truth. Thank you. Yes. Yes, Honorable Member. Honorable Tlakute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we cannot have leaders of political parties misleading this House. I want to suggest that you go through the video and come back with a considered ruling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tlakute. I will go through the footage and I will rule. Thank you very much, Honorable Tlakute. Thank you, Honorable Stenhazen. I will go through the footage and I will come back and rule, and I will rule tomorrow. Now, Honorable Hendrik, continue.
Honorable Speaker, chocolates in Franschhoek are more important than genocide for the Premier of the Western Cape. Al-Jamaa recognizes that great achievements have been made over the past 30 years, considering where we are coming from. Honorable Speaker, you cannot imagine what harm apartheid caused when the ANC took over in 1994. But this doesn't mean that Al-Jamaa does not hold the governing party accountable. Al-Jamaa does this in spite of the chair of the ANC lamenting we voted against an ANC matter 3 times in a row. And Al-Jamaa wants to share its further expectations after the State of the Nation address. We want President Ramaphosa to once again take the lead and call for 2 referendums. The first one, that there be a referendum in occupied Palestine, and the second referendum in all of Palestine from the river to the sea. The referendum must answer the question if the people of Palestine wants a 2-state solution or a unitary state. The second referendum must answer the question whether Palestinians and Israelis want a unitary state with 1 man, 1 vote. Now that South Africa has shown its commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by asking for an investigation by the National Court of Justice, there is a plausible case that Israel has committed genocide. It is clear that the civilized world foreseen by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is no more because of the complicity of America, England, Germany, and France, who are in the forefront of a civilized world. So now, in referring to the events in Gaza, gives President Ramaphosa a moral obligation on behalf of South Africans to launch a new humanitarian
I thank
civilization.
you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Order, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, there is Rule 2 states that no member shall use unparliamentary, offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming language or sounds, or offensive or threatening gestures. And I just want to make the point, Honorable Steenhuisen. I am reading the rules, and I am saying to you, tomorrow I will rule on the matter because I will go through the video. And if you are found that you did exactly what the member is raising, you shall have used unparliamentary language in terms of Rule 52. Honorable Steenhuisen, leader of the opposition party. Honorable Malatsi.
House Chairperson, so much of the hope that our country will rise to a prosperous society that is located in the Bill of Rights, which obliges the government to provide the basic services to all those who live in it. The painful reality of the state of our nation today is that the ANC is failing spectacularly to deliver on the mandate of the Bill of Rights. Mr. President, your administration has squandered so much public goodwill to become the biggest disappointment of our democracy. Many of us gave you the benefit of doubt that you will live up to the promise of a new dawn. We all believed in good faith that your patriotism will force you to choose what is best for the country, even if it wasn't best for the party. But what did you do? You blew it. You betrayed the public goodwill to choose your party over the country over and again. While your praise singers paraded you as the Messiah who would lead South Africa into the promised land, you have turned out to be a smooth talker, high on promise, but low on delivery. The true state of the nation is that many South Africans no longer have the patience to give your government more time to do the simplest task of delivering basic services. Your government's mishandling of the economy is inflicting insufferable pain on millions of South Africans who are struggling to survive. While you squander 600,000 feeding guests in the presidential jet, thousands of families can't even afford to put bread on the table. When all South Africans offered their goodwill to you to at least live up to your promise about lifestyle audits for ministers, what did you do? You blew it. Mr. President, the SONA was not the victory parade that you attempted to portray. In fact, what it did was to expose your government as a serial underachiever that is content with mediocrity. And you have consistently proven now that you are beyond rehabilitation for anyone to believe that you can perform better. Le hono re sa beile meganya phatleng re iputsa hore na o tla kgona jwang go phethagatša ditshepišo tšeo o bolelang ka tšona mola o e sa palela ke tša mengwaga e fetang. More South Africans are unemployed today than they were when you first came to office. With youth unemployment standing at 43.4%, little has changed for a lot of young people who are still struggling to find a job. So for all your boasting about Tintswalo, there are thousands of young people who have never worked a day in their life. And they will likely never ever work a day in their lifetime for as long as you are the president of this country. If you go to Soweto and Soshanguve, there are tens of thousands of young unemployed graduates who are struggling to find jobs because of your administration's economic policies. These young people have been sentenced to a lifetime of despair by your government. For them, every single day in their lives is a brutal reminder that the government has left them behind. Those of us who live in villages are witnesses to your administration's legacy of non-delivery. Minister Nkadimeng, your legacy of failure as the mayor of Polokwane is unforgettable for those of us who come there. In Polokwane today, from Radikhale to Muleji, we still have communities that must wait once a week for a municipal truck to deliver water to them. In this day and age, are you not ashamed that the access to water is denied? To Minister Mkunu, in Durban, as we speak, in Durban North, in Phoenix, in Verulam, there have been water disruptions for the past 5 weeks. 5 weeks. And to the Minister of Social Development, more children go to bed hungry under President Ramaphosa than they did before. Just last year, the Nelson Mandela Foundation revealed that close to 5 million children in our country are starving. Minister Mantashe, it is very ironic to boast about the number of households that have been electrified since 1994, when we spent more days without electricity than we do with it due to load shedding. And according to independent estimates, ESCOM shared the equivalent of 283 days in 2023, costing the economy 1.3 trillion
I'm sorry,
in lost
Honorable Member.
activity.
Honorable Mshasi, please take a seat. Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Speaker, can I please ask you to intervene? The members, and particularly that corner, are drowning my speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable. But honorable members, honorable members to my right, actually it is true, you are drowning the speaker. Yes, honorable members, especially you, honorable members at the back, you are. Honorable members, please lower your voices. I mean, we're not stopping you from heckling, but you can do it better than this. No, honorable members. Honorable member. Honorable member. And Funukubiza, don't do that. Don't do that. No, honorable members. Honestly, it is true that you are drowning the speaker. Thank you. You may continue, Honorable Malatsi.
The Honorable Dartmore tried really hard yesterday to taint the city of Cape Town. But you see, facts are more powerful than opinions. And facts are that, according to Nedbank's capital expenditure project listing for 2023, the general government announced 1.3 billion worth of projects, and 60% of all these projects are from the city of Cape Town, including 45 billion on upgrading waterways, sewers, road infrastructure, and 24 billion minimizing load shedding. Mr. President, state capture is a product of your comrades' appetite for nice things they can't afford. It was ANC cadres who were recipients of bribes. So while you preach zero tolerance against corruption, but you still can't fire ministers who were identified by the state capture report for getting involved in corruption. Mr. President, when you look yourself in the mirror, do you absolutely believe that the deputy president is beyond reproach? Do you absolutely believe that the deputy president is a man of integrity? Because every time you have had an opportunity to show the country that you are serious
Order,
about
honorable
fighting
members, please.
corruption, all you did was to blow it. So the next election is going to be an opportunity to reset our country on the path of prosperity. South Africa today finds itself in
Honorable Malatsi, please take your seat. Take your seat. What's happening, Honorable Deputy Minister? Why are you doing that? Why are you blowing balloons and flying them? No, please don't do that. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition.
Speaker, the deputy minister has been blowing balloons and throwing them all over the stage. The House chair yesterday, excuse me, please,
Honorable members,
The House
honorable members, please, the speaker is on the floor and is protected. Yes.
The House Chair, Speaker, yesterday made a ruling about bringing the gestures and bringing in symbols. And the Deputy Minister is busy blowing balloons on the stage, please.
Actually, not only that, I've just right now reminded everybody about that kind of conduct when the leader of the opposition party made a gesture which we are still investigating. So, Honorable, please, Deputy Minister, please. Honorable Malatsi, please continue.
Thank you, Speaker. And if truth be told, we need to rescue our country from further destruction by the ANC. This election is a choice between a legacy of broken
Order at the
promises
back, honorable
and
members.
the promise of a prosperous South Africa. And if there is one government that has leveraged the power of good governance to fulfill the promise of our democracy, it is DA governments. From the provision of basic services to job creation, DA governments are doing more to fulfill the promise of our democracy. The increasing migration to the Western Cape is a massive vote of confidence in the work of the government here. The Western Cape has the lowest unemployment rate in the country. And of the 27 best municipalities in the country, the majority are run by the DA. And many of you here, you know that because you live in those municipalities. DA municipalities regularly outperform national average on key metrics such as quality of water, sanitation, and refuse removal. So if you go to Midval or Umgeni, life is generally better for residents under a DA government than an ANC government. And you see the shortcomings of the country's education system are not only visible in the failure of children to read and write for meaning, they are also visible in the personalities of ministers and ANC members who can read statistics. So, Minister Nzimande, it's a pity how the blade has gone blunt over time. There are currently 645 unemployed junior doctors in the country who completed their community service in December, and they haven't been placed. One of them, Tahalo Tibela, comes from Violet Bank. You've got a very important job. Focus on making sure that the provision of ID, passports, and our borders are secure. I know that you are still not over not being the Minister of Health, but let's move on. And the Honorable Mabuyane, I understand your dilemma. The best of the Eastern Cape is in the DA, so you are left with the west of it. The Honorable Premier of the Northern Cape, keep doing those bilateral meetings with the Western Cape Premier that you initiated. You will be on the right track because best practice must be shared and executed. So for all of us to fully enjoy the fruits of our democracy, we must rescue our country from the clutches of further destruction. This is why a DA government will not introduce new taxes to protect the middle class from the rising cost of living. We will increase social grants to match the poverty line, to empower poor people to provide for their families. We will professionalize the public service by getting rid of cadre deployment. So South Africa, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to vote for a government that will give true meaning to realize the freedoms that so many fought for.
I thank you, honorable member. I thank you. Honorable member, Minister, Deputy Minister of Higher before honorable member of
Thank you, Speaker.
Minister of Higher Education, honorable member, will you please pick up your balloons before you address the House?
Okay.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
I was trying to hold.
Deputy Minister, will you please pick up your balloons
Yes.
before you address the House?
I was trying to hold.
Pick up your balloons before you address the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I was trying to also blow hot air
Honorable Speaker. And you know, I was listening to the Honorable Malatsi here,
Order, honorable
and
members.
I'd like to quote in response to your speech. If the Honorable Julius Malema would have been here, I would like to quote what he would have said in Moses Mabhida at the stadium in response to your speech. But you know, throughout your speech, Honorable Malachi, I slept
Honorable member.
and I dreamt that I
Honorable
went.
member.
Oh,
Hayi man. Ntoni kwenze njani? What language is this you are using?
it's a language that was spoken at Moses Mabhida Stadium, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
over
member.
the weekend.
Okay, take your seat, please.
Oh.
Honorable member, order.
Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Minister has made a vulgar gesture to our member.
Yeah.
I would request you to visit the video and come back with a ruling. It is terrible for a Deputy Minister to act in this fashion.
Honorable member, Honorable Deputy Minister, will you please withdraw and apologize for the gesture?
What?
Withdraw and apologize for your gesture.
What should I withdraw, Speaker?
That which is vulgar, which we all saw you doing,
Which is what, Speaker?
which is blowing the nose.
Okay. I withdraw blowing the
Please,
nose.
man, please.
I withdraw blowing
Thank
the
you
nose.
very much. Thank you.
But there's
we
a
may
lot of hot
proceed.
air that was blown here, and you didn't ask him to withdraw. And throughout his speech, I slept and I died. I mean, I slept and I dreamt that I died and went to hell. But you must worry not, Honorable Member. When I was there, saw a certain Helen in all uniform, pitchfork, and wearing Prada, and she greeted me with so much zeal. It was so exciting, and this is how, by the way, as a spoiler alert, this speech is going to end. Noam Chomsky, the author of that magnus opus, Manufacturing Consent, wrote, and I quote, "The whole point of good propaganda is to create a slogan that nobody is going to be against and everybody is going to be for. Nobody knows what it means because it means nothing," close quote. Over the last 2 years, Mr. President, we have witnessed a phase of Chomsky's manufacturing consent, where individual takes liberties in stretching the truth, in twisting facts, in repurposing lies, representing this as an alternative to the ANC government. The running slogan of this propaganda has been that the ANC has failed its government, that it is going to lose the next election, that it will manufacture lies to pull wool over the eyes of the people, and that if this fails, and this is the most ridiculous part of the hypothesis, that it will steal these elections just as the rest of their black friends throughout the continents have been doing over the years. This slogan starts with a self-fulfilling prophecy and is accompanied by statements that instills fear in the minds of the people. If you tell a medical doctor, by the way, Honorable Mesho, if you're still here, this medical doctor is actually gay or lesbian, whether you like it or not. If you tell this medical doctor, who has just graduated from WITS, fully funded by the NSFAS, having evaded poverty, and have an RDP house as part of their family intervention, have an electrified house, clean piped water and paved roads, if you tell them that the ANC has failed, because they may not have a job at that particular moment, they may fall into this particular propaganda. I can go on with as many examples that the intention is that this is good propaganda. It has to be meaningless in order for it to be believable. The people will know to be careful who tells them that the ANC has failed and that their nefarious intentions are. This, President, is the 7th election since 1994. And in all those years, there's never been even a shred of suspicion, let alone accusation, that any of the elections have been stolen. This statement is meant to create doubt and suspicion, but also fermenting chaos in the inevitable fate that this self-fulfilling prophecy fails. We have seen elements of the self-fulfilling prophecy playing itself out in the State of the Nation Address debate, with even the skinniest of political parties pitching up on this lectern with pumped up chest to lecture us about how the ANC has failed and how they've done better than the ANC went to govern. I don't know if you've seen Mr. President, Honorable Holomisa, when he came here, announcing with so much pomposity that they're going to be launching their elections manifesto at Gallagher Convention Center, or wherever that place is. And I suppose the only time we will ever see FNB Stadium is when his favorite team, Kaizer Chiefs, plays. But even the IFP did not want to be left out of this party, as they manufactured the truth to claim that they, as part of the government of national unity, were the center of progress and that KZN was a shining star under their leadership. How cute. How soon do they want us to forget that they were dragged kicking and screaming to the first national general elections, and that all that we remember of the IFP and the Honorable Mangosuthu Buthelezi, may his soul rest in peace, was when he became acting president for a day and invaded Lesotho. That's all we remember about their role under the government of national unity. This was clearly a failed attempt on the part of the IFP's president to join in on the propaganda slogan of the DA, where they claim where they govern better. I don't know if the people of Tshwane think the same, because interestingly, when the Honorable Premier of the Western Cape was speaking about tale of two parties, he forgets to mention what is happening in Pretoria, in Tshwane. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. The DA in Tshwane has cancelled a free Wi-Fi program that young people had access to. They've cancelled the extended public works program, which offered mass employment for young people. The once cleanest city in this country is now the scum of this country. The capital city of our country, the DA has messed up. Poverty levels have worsened in that city. They will not tell you about that because it is not as easy as governing in the Western Cape. Yeah, it's easy. You can just walk around Camps Bay, where it's already picture perfect, and claim that you've delivered whilst you're hiding behind the challenges that the people are facing in places like Khayelitsha and everywhere else. When speaking as part of this debate, yesterday, Honorable John here of the DA claimed that the dream that they held in 1994 of a better South Africa has turned out to be worse than the nightmare that we find ourselves. Honorable John lived under apartheid, and like many white men of his age, all that they had to do to succeed was just to prove that they're white. And then everything happens. And I'm still convinced that he was happy when apartheid ended, because this meant an end to his privileges, given the fact that as a politician, as a professional, as an academic, as an athlete, or even as a businessman, he probably wouldn't have amounted to much. He was not the only speaker from the DA, however, who repeated this comparison with apartheid and yet wants us to keep quiet about the major changes that the ANC has made since 1994. According to census, the median age increased from 22 years in 1996 to 28 years in 2022. Median means the number of people, Honorable Steenhuisen, who are young and who are old are the same, and it also means, Honorable Nodada here, under apartheid wouldn't have survived. He looks a bit 50, so he would have probably died about 22 years ago. The same census found that attendance to early childhood centers increased to almost universal level, which means, Honorable Nodada, that your uncle in the Eastern Cape would not have had this opportunity that you're having. And yet you come here and say to us that you want to do to the ANC what your parents did to the apartheid government. In fact, if the ANC were to do even an inch of the horrors that the apartheid government did, I doubt if your pants would remain clean for the rest of your life. So we can try as much as possible to punch holes in the quality of education system, but more people are completing school as compared to any other phase in our country, and therefore we have made major changes. In this country, the people who must carry the burden of national unity are Black and African. This is not an accident of history. They are the ones who are most affected and punished by the racial barbarism of others. They were not born with a silver spoon. They do not have their pockets lined up for inheritance or a managerial post or a packet of land. They know how racism has destroyed generations of Black and African people. Paul Freire, in his seminal work, The Pedagogy of the Press, says, even though the oppressor-oppressed contradiction is resolved authentically by a new situation established by the liberated laborers, the former oppressed do not feel liberated. On the contrary, they genuinely consider themselves to be oppressed. Any restriction on the way of their life in the name of the rights of the community appears to the former oppressors as a profound violation of their individuals' rights. Freire observes that for the oppressors, human beings refers only to themselves, and that other people are things. Things you can set dogs to, Honorable Groenewald, and wave the old apartheid flag in celebration. For the oppressors, there exists only one right, which is their right. Yes, Nelson Mandela marched out of Robben Island this week, some 34 years ago, to oversee the repeal of most of legislated racism in this parliament. But racism remains, and it's institutionalized. It feeds off the privilege of a certain section of our society. Many young people from all walks of life detest this racism. But this racism in this house is led by the Democratic Alliance. Their support for Israel, acts of alleged genocide, is nothing but a glaring perpetuation of what failed in this country, which is apartheid racism. When the DA's Honorable John refers to young Black people in Gauteng as drunks from Pep Store and all of that, it is the subtle racism that has captured him internally within the DA. The fact that they are now earning an income grant doesn't matter to him. For him, it only has to work if it's implemented in the DA. They claim that they have changed from DP to DA. They even got this Black chap who's now opening up a small political party there, calling it a home, and that's Mama from the Biko era, to come and salvage this clogged plumbing of the DA, but that still did not work because those who are in the DA who speak out get chucked out before Sunday. And those who remain silent in order to project and sanitize the racism that exists in there. And this racism, Honorable President, is even worse than that we see in the Freedom Front Plus and the rest, because at least the Freedom Front Plus is clear. They are just a white race party. They don't even present. Yours, DA, is veiled, it is cunning, it is dangerous. It has the signature of the lady who has a pitchfork and wears Prada, Helen herself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes the business, the list of speakers. The President will reply to the debate tomorrow, and the joint sitting is adjourned. I thank you, honorable members. You.